Hi everyone, thanks for returning. Let's unravel another perplexing mystery. The case of Chiara Poggi. Chiara Poggi was born in Vigi, Italy, on March 31, 1981. She studied economics and landed a job as a financier at a large company. She was a delicate girl with expressive blue eyes. She was determined to advance her career and become a manager, with the ultimate goal of starting her own business. To achieve this, she focused on her studies and graduated. Alongside her professional ambitions, Chiara also wanted to start a family. At that time, she had been in a relationship with a man named Alberto for 7 years. Unfortunately, all her dreams seemed to stop there, as fate had other plans for her. On August 13, 2007, at approximately 9:12 a.m., Chiara was going about her daily routine when someone knocked on her door. She opened it, unaware that this decision would lead to her death just a few hours later. At 1:50 p.m., Alberto called the Italian emergency services, 118, to report a tragedy at his girlfriend's home. Alberto had discovered Chiara's body. He explained that he had visited and found her lying in a pool of blood. When the dispatcher asked if he could help the victim, Alberto said he couldn't bear to look at the scene and had already left to contact the police. He provided the address and implied that his girlfriend was already dead when he called. When asked why he did not wait for the police at the scene, the Alberto explained that the house was located on a dead-end street, making it hard for the police to find. He decided to go to the police himself and bring them to the tragedy scene to prevent confusion. The carabinieri arrived after being directed by the emergency services dispatcher. All the doors of the house were locked, so the officers had to climb over the fence. Once inside the kitchen, they discovered signs of a struggle. The Chiara seemed to have been attacked while cooking. Dishes were scattered, and there were open boxes containing a knitting needle, which suggested a confrontation might have taken place. The police also found initial evidence of a violent crime. There were drops of blood on the floor. And in the room near the exit, they discovered a potholder and white slippers that were later confirmed to belong to the Chiara. The carabinieri entered the next room and discovered Chiara lying face down on the steps near the basement entrance. She appeared to have been taken by surprise, as she was still wearing her pink summer pajamas. Chiara showed signs of a severe beating. It seemed she had been struck multiple times with a heavy object, likely a hammer. The police officers quickly spotted important evidence in the pool of blood, a strand of hair that obviously did not belong to Chiara and a distinctive shoe print left in the dried blood. The lack of warmth in the Chiara's body suggested that she had been killed a few hours earlier. The police quickly contacted Chiara's parents. Rita, the mother, was on vacation in Trentino and had missed the call. She called back around 3:30 p.m. and was so distraught by the news that she nearly fainted. She rushed back to the city. When Rita arrived at the police station, her husband, Giuseppe, Chiara's father, was there. Nicola Stassi, Alberto's father, was also there when his son was brought to the station. Alberto called his father for support. Alberto, 20, shared his story of events with the police by the time Chiara's parents arrived. Alberto said he called Chiara at 9:45 a.m., but she did not answer. He was not concerned at first, thinking she might still be asleep. After noon, he made several attempts to contact her on both her cell phone and her home phone, but received no response. At 11:15 a.m., he decided to go play golf. After returning from his match at around 12:30 p.m., Alberto found all of Chiara's doors locked and she was not answering his phone calls. Worried, he climbed over the fence and tried to open the door, but it was locked. He then broke in through the kitchen window, the only way into the house. Inside, he found the TV on. At first, he thought Chiara might still be asleep in her room. However, when he could not find her, he went into the kitchen and saw drops of blood on the dishes. He then went into the living room, where he discovered her body, leaving him in shock. It's strange that he didn't approach Chiara to check on her or try to help. Instead, he ran to get the investigator. At that moment, she was still alive, and she might have been saved. Rather than ensuring his girlfriend was okay or providing first aid, he left the house and headed to the police station. Once in the car, he called for an ambulance. During the police interrogation, they noticed his odd behavior and questioned why he didn't check if the girl was breathing. Instead of helping her, he just ran away and called the police. Alberto explained that he was scared and confused, which led him to call for help right away. However, he could have stayed, called for medics, and waited for the ambulance while performing CPR. He claimed he left because he felt unsafe in the house after the attack and sought protection from police. The Alberto spent the entire day at the police station and around midnight. He was getting ready to meet with the police again to answer their questions. Meanwhile, forensic experts were carefully examining the crime scene and were puzzled by a footprint found in a pool of the Chiara's blood. They asked Alberto to show them his shoes. He was wearing special white golf shoes that were spotless. He claimed he had been wearing them when he arrived at his girlfriend's house. However, this raised suspicions because the floor around the body was covered in blood. How could someone walk around in such a bloody scene without getting any blood on their shoes? There wasn't a single drop of blood on the soles, and the Alberto couldn't provide a clear explanation for this. The police decided to question Alberto about his relationship with Chiara, the murdered girl. Alberto described their relationship as wonderful, claiming they had very few problems. Like any couple, they occasionally argued, but these conflicts were minor and quickly resolved. The police then asked him for more details about the events leading up to her death to help establish a timeline and identify any suspicious activity. However, Alberto offered no significant information. The police took his fingerprints and ultimately released him due to a lack of evidence, keeping him at the police station for just under a day. Finally, around 7 a.m., Alberto got into his father's car and went home. On August 17th, when police examined the search history and files on Alberto's computer, he claimed he woke up early that morning, around 9 a.m., and was working on his thesis while trying to call his girlfriend, after which he went to play golf. Evidence confirmed that he was home, fed his dog, and then left the house. Although it seemed that Alberto had an alibi, the police remained suspicious. The police continued their investigation to reconstruct the timeline of the attack. They were particularly focused on how the crime occurred and still needed to identify the murder weapon. Based on the condition of the Chiara's body, it appeared the attacker used a metal object, possibly something like a hammer with a pointed end or an ice pick. At that point, the forensic report indicated that Chiara was likely murdered between 9 and 10 in the morning. When the police examined the prime Alberto's mobile phone records, they discovered that his mother called him daily just before 10 a.m. Elizabeth, the mother, confirmed that she spoke to her son that day to check on a friend, seemingly validating his alibi and suggesting he could not have committed the murder during that time. However, upon further investigation of the call logs, the police found that the mother did not call her son that day, raising suspicions. Alberto's motives are unclear. Friends confirmed that Chiara and Alberto had a wonderful relationship, with only minor disagreements that are typical of any young couple. A friend named Marco saw Alberto the day after the tragic event and noticed that Alberto seemed distressed. He refused to eat and spoke very little, often expressing his deep sadness over Chiara's death. Meanwhile, the investigation was progressing. The police had gathered preliminary investigation materials, autopsy reports, and numerous witness testimonies about the couple. After August 20th, forensic experts continued analyzing the evidence, including hair found in a pool of blood that did not belong to the Chiara. They also examined materials collected from under Chiara's fingernails. Additionally, several blood splatters were discovered in the house that did not seem to match Chiara's, suggesting they might belong to the assailant. On the morning of August 22nd, Alberto visited the police station to obtain some documents. He spent a few hours speaking with the police, who were hoping to gather new information from him. Additionally, at 2 p.m., Alberto was scheduled to take part in an interrogation with the prosecutor present. With police showing increased interest, the Alberto was preparing for his meeting with his lawyer. By this time, Alberto had already spent over 26 hours at the station, providing the police with all the information they requested. He repeated his account of the events from August 13th. But the police were more focused on the evening of the 12th, the night before the bloody massacre took place. That night, the couple ordered 2 pizzas from a nearby restaurant and spent the evening eating and watching TV. Alberto then went home. Police scrutinized every detail of his statement for any inconsistencies, especially questioning why Alberto left after dinner. Throughout the investigation, Alberto repeatedly maintained that he had nothing to do with his girlfriend Chiara's death. The prosecution remained skeptical. He questions why there was no blood on Alberto's white sneakers as he moved around the house. Was he really that cautious? Why did Alberto leave on the night of the 12th instead of staying with Chiara? And why did he not help her when he found her unconscious? Unexpectedly, Chiara's neighbor provided some information. At around 9 a.m., she noticed a bicycle parked near the entrance to Chiara's house. As a cyclist, she found this strange, as she had never seen Chiara or Alberto riding such a bicycle. Later, the bicycle was spotted near Chiara's fence. The neighbor, who was knowledgeable about bicycles, realized that it was a women's model equipped with unusual accessories not usually found on regular bicycles. The woman did not think about what would happen next. She looked out her window around 10 o'clock or 10:30 a.m. and noticed that the vehicle was no longer by the neighbor's fence. This information caught the police's attention, as it might be an important clue. The police realized that finding this bike could significantly advance their investigation, as locating the owner might lead them to the killer. However, their search for this type of bike hit a dead end because the description provided was too vague. Later, another neighbor, a 47-year-old woman, contacted the police. She reported seeing a bike near Chiara's house at 9:30 a.m. and confirmed it was a women's model with a new color, although some details did not match. It's possible that one of the neighbors had remembered those details incorrectly. Meanwhile, over several days, several lawyers defended Alberto, including his brothers, Giulio and Giuseppe Colli, who worked in the Vai Giovanna Bar Association. However, by this time, the police had discovered the complicated love story between Chiara and Alberto. The love between the Chiara and Alberto was genuine, and their relationship was going well. This was evident to those who knew them and was reflected in their frequent exchanges of affectionate messages. They hardly ever argued, and when they did, the disagreements were minor and quickly resolved. However, in the week leading up to the incident, some unusual changes were observed in their relationship. It seems that Chiara has recently stopped wanting to see Alberto, and they have started sleeping in separate rooms even when he stays overnight. Alberto attributes this behavior to the fact that he prefers to sleep in a double bed in Chiara's brother's room, where he finds it more comfortable. There were very few photographs of the couple together, raising concerns about their relationship. Instead, the Alberto's secret folder contained hundreds of photos of women's feet in shoes, leading to suspicions that the couple's seemingly happy exterior was hiding deeper issues. This raised the question, could Alberto's unusual fetish have been connected to the murder? The case took a dramatic turn 43 days after Chiara's death, when police discovered Alberto's sister's bicycle, matching a neighbor's description. Blood was found on the pedals, which was later confirmed through laboratory testing to be Chiara's. However, Alberto's sister had a solid alibi, as she was at work at the time of the incident. Initially, Alberto was believed to have borrowed his sister's bicycle. The family and the community were shocked. They did not believe Chiara's boyfriend was guilty until the very end. However, when traces of her DNA were found on the pedals of the bike, they had no choice but to accept his guilt. Relatives were also shocked by Alberto's behavior. He met with them several times after the tragedy and still steadfastly maintained his innocence. The parents displayed clear signs of their grief. The lawyer passionately defended his client, trying to explain the presence of the Chiara's blood on the pedals, despite the significant amount found, which was not just a few drops. The defense attempted to dismiss this evidence by suggesting it could be related to menstruation and other implausible theories. Ultimately, despite these efforts, Alberto was arrested. On September 28th, the judge reviewed the case file and determined that there was not enough evidence against the suspect, leading to Alberto's immediate release from prison. The case file was then sent back to the prosecution for further examination. Police had found a significant amount of specific pornographic material on the Alberto's computer. They believed that his girlfriend might have discovered his secret fetish, which could have caused tension between them. A conflict arose, and this seems plausible considering that on August 12th, the day before the incident, the Alberto had been working on his laptop at Chiara's place and had left it there, giving her access to the stored information. Alberto had many photographs of women's shoes that he seemed to have taken himself, particularly during a recent trip to London shortly before his relationship with Chiara started to decline. Additionally, there were images capturing private moments between the Chiara and Alberto. These photos were blurred, but the girl appeared to be quite embarrassed in them. It's possible that the Alberto's specific preferences in intimacy contributed to their disagreements. Alberto acknowledged that he has certain fetishes, but he claimed that the Chiara always accepted, and it never caused any issues between them. On November 3, 2008, Alberto was charged once more. Police believed they had sufficient evidence to link him to Chiara's murder. It was clear that the Alberto knew the victim well, as he had unrestricted access to her home. This was supported by the fact that nothing was broken or stolen, and the Chiara was found wearing her home clothes. The strongest evidence was a footprint found in the Chiara's blood. It was a size 42 shoe print that matched the Alberto's foot size. After committing the crime, Alberto replaced his old shoes with a brand new pair that he wore during his first interrogation. Despite blood prints being found on the bicycle pedals, he persisted in denying any involvement. It seems he successfully disposed of the sneakers he wore when he left the Chiara's house after the murder. On February 24, 2009, during the preliminary hearing, the prosecution requested a 30-year prison sentence. Although they had initially requested a life sentence, after reviewing the case documents, the judge determined that further improvements were needed. He identified many of the evidence as being implausible. Extensive research was conducted, including a reconstruction of the events using computer models. A comprehensive model of Chiara's house was built, allowing the police to track the killer's movements. On August 13, 2009, a detailed report was submitted to the court. According to this report, the Alberto turned on his computer at 9:35 a.m. and viewed several pornographic photographs. He continued this activity until 12:20 p.m. and identified only 3 possible time intervals during which the murder could have occurred. The house alarm was deactivated at 9:12 a.m., and there is no information about Alberto's activities between then and 9:35 a.m. The second time window for the murder was from 12:20 p.m. to 12:46 p.m., as the Alberto called Chiara's mobile phone from his home shortly after 12:46 p.m. There was also a time frame available for the murder from 12:46 p.m. to 1:26 p.m. The forensic expert determined that the Chiara likely died between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock in the morning, suggesting that the earlier time frame was more plausible. Meanwhile, the defense pointed out several mistakes made by the police during the investigation. The forensic expert noted that evidence was mishandled. There were numerous errors and inconsistencies, including the failure to collect the Chiara's fingerprints. Police also did not investigate other people who may have used the bicycle seen near Chiara's house, which weakened the prosecution's case. Additionally, the provisional time frame established suggests that Alberto had no more than 23 minutes to commit the crime, set up the scene, escape, and dispose of the shoes. Alberto lived a mile from Chiara's house, and if he had been able to ride his bicycle to Chiara's house, it would have been physically difficult and inconsistent with the timeline of events. Despite this, the prosecution believed he could have done so. On December 17th, the judge left the courtroom to consider his verdict. The prosecution asked for a 30-year prison sentence. However, they failed to present convincing evidence of his guilt. There were no bloody shoes, video footage, witness testimony, or obvious motives linking Alberto to the murder. Ultimately, the judge found Alberto not guilty. The verdict shocked the local community, which had expected a different outcome and labeled Alberto a murderer. However, the case did not end there. Chiara's family filed an appeal on November 8, 2011, leading to a new trial. This hearing lasted several weeks, during which the public and media were barred from the courtroom, allowing journalists only to enter when the decision was announced. The court acquitted the Alberto Stasi once more during a retrial on April 18, 2013. The lawyer emphasized that the charges lacked grounding and that there was insufficient evidence. He also argued that it would have been impossible for Alberto to commit the murder and cover up the evidence in just 23 minutes. Following the death of Alberto's father, who was killed in a Pavia hospital on April 9, 2014, a new phase in the investigation began. This phase included various pieces of evidence, such as computer modeling and a thorough analysis of a bicycle found in the Alberto's home. Unexpectedly, during this investigation, Alberto confessed to murdering Chiara. The case was so complex that without this confession, he likely would have been acquitted again. However, under public pressure, he ultimately admitted his guilt. On December 17, 2014, 37-year-old Alberto Stasi received a 16-year prison sentence and was ordered to pay €1 million in compensation to the Chiara's family. The case of Sydney Stevens. Pinckneyville, located in the United States, is a small town known for its friendly local community and laid-back lifestyle. It is also a great place for fishing enthusiasts. On July 25, 2010, two fishermen were fishing in the near Boku Creek Bridge south of Pinckneyville when they spotted a strange object in the water. Approaching it, they realized it was the body of a girl floating face down. Her right arm was tied with a rope to a concrete block, but the body had risen to the surface due to decomposition and shallow water. The body was in a deteriorated state, making identification difficult. The only clues were a belly piercing and a necklace with a musical note pendant. After checking the information in the database, law enforcement officers discovered that a similar girl had recently disappeared. She was Sydney Stevens, 15, who had gone missing on July 19, 2010, exactly 1 week before body was discovered. Sydney's parents, Tracy and Tim, said she had recently suffered from mental health issues after learning that they had separated shortly before she went missing. She was shocked to learn that Tim, the man who raised her, was not her biological father. This revelation led to a mental disorder and severe depression. She ran away from home multiple times, isolated herself from friends, and even attempted ending her life. To protect her, the family decided to keep her at home under supervision. At this time, she was either cared for by her mother, Tim, or her 17-year-old half-sister, Dakota Wall. The house doors were kept locked, and everything was under control until the morning of July 20th, when her mother found she missing at 6:30 a.m. Tracy suspected something was wrong because Sydney's room was in complete disarray, the dresser was overturned, and belongings were scattered everywhere. She called Dakota, who suggested Sydney had run away again. However, Tracy's concern grew when she saw that Sydney was not logged into social media since the previous evening, which was unusual. Upon inspecting the room, she noticed all of Sydney's personal items were still there, including her purse, phone, shoes, and clothes. It didn't seem like she had run away. It was as if she had left in her pajamas and without shoes. Tracy attempted to locate Sydney but was unsuccessful. Sydney's friends were also unaware of her whereabouts, so Tracy filed a missing Sydney report with the police. The detectives were initially hesitant to take on this case. They knew Sydney had problems, so they thought she just ran away from home again and would come back home later. Therefore, investigators shelved Tracy's testimony and only her relatives and friends participated in the search for her. They searched, but in vain. A week later, on July 25, 2010, her body was discovered underwater. Her mother, Tracy, was summoned to the police station to identify her. Tracy immediately recognized her daughter's jewelry and confirmed a belly piercing. Dental records definitively identified the body as Sydney's. Once the body is identified, police need to determine what happened to her. The autopsy revealed shocking details, that is, Sydney was murdered. Forensic experts found evidence of multiple injuries, including gunshot wounds and signs of a violent death. This thing stunned everyone. They could not understand why the suspect could target the young girl in such a brutal way. The day before Sydney disappeared, she had planned to go on a hike with her friends, but her mother did not allow it, which made her very sad. She spent the entire day alone under house arrest. When police investigated the house, they found no signs of a break-in. The doors were always kept closed, suggesting that either a family member let the kidnappers in, or they had a key. The relatives insisted they didn't give keys to any strangers. At the time of the incident, only Tracy and Dakota were in the house. The police began questioning the closest relatives, friends, and Sydney's acquaintance, as those close to the victim are often involved in such crimes. Due to the violent nature of the crime, the investigators suspected a personal motive. Tracy reported coming home around 10 p.m. At that time, Sydney was in one room watching TV. Tracy had taken prescribed medication to sleep in her room. Tim was not home that night. He was on a business trip. The most scrutinized individuals were Sydney's sister, Dakota, and her boyfriend, Chad Bennett, who is 20 years old. They both denied any connection to the crime. Dakota stated that she saw Chad the day before, when he visited her to watch a movie, after which he went to work. Chad confirmed her account. However, detectives were suspicious of Chad because he had a criminal record, which included possession of illegal substances and petty theft. As a result, the police brought in his accomplices for questioning: Carl Dane, 18, James Glazier, 17, and Robbie Mueller, 15. All three were friends with Dakota, the old sister of Sydney. During questioning, the young men were evasive and inconsistent in their statements. Ultimately, they told a similar story but with different details. According to their accounts, on the night of July 19, 2010, Carl, James, and Robbie went to Sydney's house. They had a brutal plan, as part of their group ceremony, which required performing an evil deed. The plan was to kill Sydney's mother, Tracy, without leaving any evidence. However, as they were moving around house, Sydney woke up, stepped into the hallway, and called for her mother. The attackers stopped her in time, preventing her from making any noise. They held her mouth and nose so tightly that she lost consciousness. Then, they decide that killing Sydney is enough for their initiation ceremony and they choose not to harm Tracy. They carried her body to the car, but she regained consciousness. They continued to torture, beat, and strangle her until she passed out again. They then disposed of her by dumping her into the water, tying a concrete block to her body so it would sink and so that no one can find the body. However, this plan backfired because, during decomposition, gases are formed, causing the body to eventually float. All three individuals, Carl, James, and Robbie, were arrested on July 28th. Their story seemed highly implausible. They initially intended to kill Tracy, but instead killed Sydney. Something was evidently amiss. The police suspected that, besides this heinous crime, they might have raped she, as her trousers were down when the body was discovered. However, none of the suspects admitted to this act. The body's condition was poor because the water had erased all evidence, so the police can't confirm this. About the lowered trousers, they denied rape, they suggesting it was related to the influence of illegal substances. Law enforcement knew that gangs have a hierarchy and strict discipline. Although Chad, the leader, denied his guilt, it was inevitable that he was involved in this crime. In fact, the attack could only have been carried out with his approval, especially since he could not avoid participating in the initiation everyone was talking about. It was known that Sydney had gunshot wounds, but members of Chad's team chose not to mention it, resulting in their statements being unreliable. Sydney was shot with a .22 caliber pistol. Carl, a member of Chad's group, who had once met Sydney, possessed a .22 caliber Ruger pistol. This weapon was quite costly, and Carl claimed he couldn't afford it, saying Chad had given it to him. Under the pressure of skilled police questioning, members of Chad's team admitted that he directed their actions. They agreed to testify against he, even though he continued to deny any involvement in the crime. Consequently, Chad was also arrested, though the police suspected there were more people involved in Sydney's murder. They believed Dakota might have been part of it, but she continued to deny any involvement, asserting that she loved her sister and they had a good relationship. Detectives continued their investigation after noticing many inconsistencies in the story. When speaking with the Sydney family's relatives and friends, detectives discovered that Dakota actually despised Sydney. She usually tries to join Dakota in group activities, which annoyed the group, especially Dakota. Dakota wants to spend more time with her boyfriend, Chad, instead of with her. However, Dakota was responsible for looking after she while their parents were at work and also have to clean and do other housework. Dakota couldn't get rid of Sydney, so she had to put up with it. At Sydney's funeral, Dakota appeared happy during the service. She smiled casually and chatted cheerfully with everyone who came to pay their respects. She seemed unaffected by her younger sister's passing. Police followed Dakota and they later questioned her for several hours. The detectives intentionally confused her with unexpected questions to catch her in a lie. Eventually, she began to disclose some details. She admitted that during a trip to another city, Nashville, she overheard her friends from the group discussing what had happened. This was on July 21st, just 2 days after Sydney disappeared. She said 2 members of the group, James and Carl, were talking about the murder. At first, she thought they were referring to someone else since Sydney's body had not yet been found, but then she realized they were speaking about her 15-year-old sister, Sydney. They discussed how they beat, strangled, and drowned Sydney, then tying body to a concrete block. Dakota began her story by explaining that on July 23rd, she was with Chad's group at Carl's house, where she overheard a conversation about the murder. Carl mentioned having a gun and he shot someone with that gun. Under police pressure, Dakota disclosed more details, admitting that she knew who was in a car parked near the house on the night Sydney disappeared. These individuals were members of Chad's group. They entered the house and did something to Sydney. She confessed this to the officer, but explained that she had been too afraid of they to speak up earlier. However, Dakota's account was becoming inconsistent. In her new testimony, she alleged that Carl had threatened her life if she informed the police. The officers noted her lack of emotion and how careful she was in giving her testimony. Investigators knew that she seemed pleased about Sydney's death, casting doubt on her innocence. To probe further, the police pretended to know everything about the crime, including Dakota's relevance, but claimed they were unclear about the motive. This unsettled she, yet she did not confess to any wrongdoing. The case garnered public attention. They intensely discussed the shocking crime. Rumors circulated widely, including one claiming that Dakota discovered Sydney's diary a few days before the crime, revealing that Sydney had slept with her boyfriend, Chad, 2 years earlier. It is important to mention that 2 years earlier, Dakota had not met Chad, yet this might have infuriated her as Sydney's older sister. However, the romantic relationship, especially between Sydney and Chad, was never verified and was doubtful to investigators since Sydney was only 13 at the time. Although this motive wasn't confirmed, there were several other possible reasons for the murder. The following day, Dakota was called in for questioning again. She alleged that her boyfriend, Chad, who was accused of the crime, had shown disturbing behavior. He was aggressive and often lost control, attacking people frequently. It seems that he cannot avoid committing a serious crime. He had a conflict with Sydney's ex-boyfriend, Bubby. According to Chad's testimony, he heard voices urging him to attack his family. He even set their house on fire. He also allegedly shot his favorite cat, hitting it with 15 bullets. None of these claims were verified. Detectives also knew that at 10 p.m. on the night of Sydney's disappearance, Dakota called he. It's believed that the group members arrived at her house then, possibly asking Dakota to open the door or planning something before the attack. Dakota did not answer the police's questions about Sydney's murder, and it seems she is deliberately trying to mislead the investigation. As a result, she was arrested for obstruction of justice. However, at that time, the police did not have enough evidence to proceed with a trial. Chad admitted to being the leader of a gang called the City Saints, whose members followed his orders without question. This thing might have endangered Sydney's life. Chad, however, insisted that he never ordered the murder of Sydney and denied any involvement, even expressing regret over the incident. Meanwhile, Carl participated in interrogations for 2 days as the prosecution prepared for the trial. He recounted that on the night of Sydney's disappearance, he had been drinking at night. Then, Robbie, also drunk, came to see him and suggested going somewhere. Carl agreed without asking for details and to feel secure and took a .22 caliber pistol with him. Carl was very emotional during the interrogation and openly cried. This made the detectives question whether he was an accomplice to a terrible murder or no. It was possible that he went for a walk without knowing Robbie planned to kill Sydney. However, the police were skeptical about his tears, as they could be a sign of remorse or a disguise. Carl stated that they picked up James on the way and drove to the Sydney family's house. Robbie climbed over the fence and entered the house while everyone was asleep and Carl waiting outside in the car. After some time, he became worried because they were taking too long. He claimed he went inside to find his friends and leave together. The door from the courtyard was open, providing direct access to the basement where Sydney lived. The police were suspicious that the door might have been unlocked at night, especially since there were no signs of forced entry. It seemed likely that someone helped the criminals approach Sydney unnoticed. Suspicion falls on her sister, Dakota. Carl explained that when they entered the property, they noticed that Sydney had woken up due to the noise. She recognized both criminals, Robbie and James. She asked what they were doing here. Then, she tried to wake her mother and call for help. However, Robbie attacked although she resisted, but they overpowered her. He threw her onto the couch and tied her hands, but she fought back fiercely. He then pointed a gun at her. Likely due to the shock and injuries from the struggle, so she lost consciousness. They were aware of her mental health challenges and her history of running away from home, so they decided to make it look like she had run away again. They removed she from the house through the open door, dragged her to their car, and drove off with her to ensure she wouldn't be found. Halfway through the journey, Sydney regained consciousness and began to resist desperately. Immediately after that, one of the attackers forced her to the ground and strangled her. He kept her in that position for a long time, until she passed out again. They then took she to a river by car, but she regained consciousness again midway. During this time, they claimed that she expressed a desire for intimacy, and they had intimate relations with her. And the strangulation may have been part of a perverted game. Subsequently, Sydney was shot in anger and thrown into the water. However, this testimony of incident was met with disbelief. It was obvious that the intimate intercourse was not of her own volition. Robbie presented a different account to the police. He stated that Carl played a significant role in torturing the girl. Carl had previously been in a brief 3-day relationship with she, but then she broke up with him because he didn't care about her, after which she began seeing someone else. Afterward, he vowed to take revenge on all the girls who betrayed him, starting with Sydney. At that time, no one expected his anger to lead things so far. Robbie, the youngest in the group, at just 15, insisted that he hadn't harmed anyone. As a new member, he simply followed the others and did what they told him, staying within the boundaries of what was allowed. On October 5, 2012, Chad's group members disclosed new information about the case. The police finally gathered enough evidence to build a full case and charge the group members. That day, they questioned Dakota to understand how the door to Sydney's room could have been left open at night. It's known that due to her mental illness, she could pose a danger to herself. Her mother ensured that she couldn't leave by keeping the door always locked. Sydney was under house arrest during all of this. It became evident that the incident was neither accidental nor mistaken because her mother and Dakota were meant to supervise every evening. During questioning, the police were able to get Dakota to confess. She admitted she left the door open, intending to play a prank on her sister, coordinated with members of the group. Finally, the police obtained this long-hidden confession. Later, Dakota disclosed another crucial detail. Before the crime, she had a meeting with Chad's team members, where they discussed their plans. She admitted they intended to kill Sydney. With this information, everything became clear. Even if Dakota didn't directly participate in the murder of Sydney, she was aware of it and did nothing to prevent it. She knew what was going to happen, so leaving the door unlocked wasn't accidental. She planned it to allow the attackers to enter the house and killed Sydney. Investigators believe Dakota underwent a brutal ordeal to join Chad's group, which explained her aided the killers. Her cheerful behavior at her younger sister's funeral was because she completed the ritual to join the group and get rid of her annoying younger sister. Then, their group celebrated after the murder. Carl later acknowledged his guilt, writing an apology letter to Sydney's mother, Tracy, on August 18, 2010. He admitted that he had done evil and now had to pay with his freedom. Even though he knew that it couldn't bring Sydney back to life, but he asked for forgiveness. Tracy read the letter and believed Carl showed no remorse. Although he was arrested early in the investigation, it took 2 years for them to appear in court. Carl Dane pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and received the 60-year prison sentence. However, before being transferred to a federal prison, he was discovered dead in his cell, with a note expressing regret for his actions. Another member of the group, James, was also found guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced to 60 years. Robbie Mueller initially sentenced to 37 years, but his sentence was reduced to 26 years after an appeal. He will be eligible for parole in late 2023. The gang leader, Chad Bennett, cooperated with investigators and pleaded guilty to a lesser charge, resulting in a 20-year sentence. He took a plea deal and will be eligible for parole in 2026. Dakota received a 26-year prison sentence, with the ability to apply for first parole by the end of 2023. The case of Lucy Letby. Today, we will discuss the case of a baby killer who was dubbed the most brutal in British forensic history. This case began in 2015. In the UK, about 700,000 babies are born each year, with around 3,000 admitted to the hospital in Chester, located in northwest England. The following year, from June 2015 to June 2016, staff in the neonatal department noticed a sharp increase in infant mortality rates. This troubling trend was occurring in the wards where premature and ill babies were treated. Doctors sensed that something was wrong, and internal investigations did not uncover any medical explanations for the deaths. The high infant mortality rate prompted police to investigate the neonatal unit, where they uncovered disturbing circumstances surrounding several deaths. After an extensive investigation, a young nurse who had worked at the hospital for many years was arrested. The investigation has revealed disturbing details about the incidents, leaving the families of the dead children devastated by the news. 5 years after the first child's death, police contacted the family and others, forcing the parents to hear heartbreaking details about what had happened to their child and testify against the suspect. In court, numerous witness statements were presented. The children were murdered using various methods. One was poisoned with insulin by a nurse, while another suffered severe liver damage. However, the most common method used was injecting air into the bloodstream, which created an air bubble that blocked blood flow. This technique was particularly insidious as it left little evidence, making it hard to prove it was lethal. The motive behind the nurse's actions remains unclear. The police determined that she gained knowledge about blood flow from the courses she took to enhance her qualifications. They warned her that injecting air into a vein could be extremely dangerous. Soon after completing these courses, a tragic incident occurred where a baby died after being injected with air through an intravenous drip. In this case, it was difficult to establish the exact cause of death. The parents of the baby described his condition as critical. They would visit the hospital every morning and leave in the evening, hoping for his recovery. However, one night his condition suddenly worsened, and the doctors believed he had no chance of survival. This led the parents to make the heartbreaking choice to disconnect their newborn from life support. The nurse killer worked another night shift the following day and attempted to harm the sister of the initial victim. Fortunately, the girl was able to escape unharmed. The third incident involved a child known in court as Baby D, where air was intentionally introduced into the child's body. This incident took place just 2 weeks after the first one, in June 2015. Notably, Baby D was a full-term infant, unlike the other victims who were all premature and receiving specialized care until they could survive without life support. Despite being full-term, Baby D had some health complications. The mother went through a long and difficult labor, after which the baby had difficulty breathing. The baby should not have been in the neonatal department, but due to a tragic coincidence, he ended up there. The baby's mother was the first to testify in court against the nurse who was suspected of murder. In her statement, she described seeing the nurse leaning over their child's crib during the day. Although it seemed like the nurse was doing nothing, her wandering around looked very suspicious. That night, the parents were awakened by a nurse who informed them that their child had suddenly become very ill. When they arrived at the ward, the doctor attempted to resuscitate Baby D, performing life-saving measures repeatedly until he realized the baby had died. This all happened right in front of the baby's mother and father. The investigation revealed that during the night shift, the suspect gave 3 lethal injections to the child. After Baby D died, doctors observed an unusual rash on the victim's stomach. Small purple spots that the medical staff could not identify. They were unsure of its significance. Later, this distinctive rash appeared on many victims of the nurse killer. Interestingly, the spots appeared briefly and then vanished completely. One of the victims, known as Baby E, was part of a set of twins, and their mother also testified in court. The twins were diagnosed with a minor illness that required treatment in a medical facility. While the mother was with her husband, she began experiencing contractions 50 kilometers away from the hospital. They rushed to the hospital, where she had a cesarean section, and the newborns were immediately taken to the neonatal department. The mother stayed in the hospital to recover from the surgery. Her husband left for work, and on August 3rd, she went to check on her twin babies to make sure everything was all right. She followed her regular hygiene routine by wiping their heads and necks and changing their diapers. A few hours later, around 9 p.m., she heard her son crying loudly and rushed to his side. When she got there, she noticed blood around his mouth. The nurse responsible for the care of the babies was nearby in the department at that time. It was later determined that the mother almost caught the nurse in the act of trying to harm her baby, which scared the nurse away. However, the mother didn't have enough time to fully comprehend the danger her child was in. The mother screamed for help, prompting another nurse to escort her to the ward to help her calm down. Meanwhile, the baby started to bleed heavily, and the bleeding could not be stopped. The doctors fought to save the baby's life for about an hour, but their efforts were unsuccessful. Similar to previous cases, the baby had a suspicious rash on his body. The attending physician noted the rash recurred around the time of death and commented that he had never seen anything like it before. Determined to uncover the mystery behind these alarming occurrences, the doctor began researching medical reference books. He discovered that the rash was linked to a blockage of the pulmonary artery. This revelation marked a significant turning point for the medical staff, as they were now closer to solving the mysterious deaths of infants in the clinic. During the trial, the doctor admitted that he only fully understood the situation months after the deaths of the children. The doctors at the clinic became increasingly concerned about the cases involving children. It was clear that something troubling was happening, but no one suspected that it could be caused by someone meant to safeguard the children's lives. One doctor, who determined that all the children had suffered from pulmonary embolism, began to investigate further. He soon noticed a troubling pattern. Every time a child died, a nurse named Lucy Letby was on duty and had been seen by the parents before the deaths. It was hard to believe. No one could imagine that someone as kind as Lucy could be responsible for such actions. Lucy Letby was born on January 4th, 1990. She grew up in Harris Ford and attended Elston High School and Hartford College. A childhood friend said she was a dedicated student who had wanted to be a nurse since she was a child. Lucy pursued her passion for caring for newborns by studying nursing at the University of Chester. During her studies, she worked as a nurse for 3 years, completing an internship at Liverpool Women's Hospital. The whole family was proud of her high academic achievements and believed that she wanted to help children. In 2010, Lucy started working as a nurse in the neonatal department of the hospital where many tragic events occurred. Her family described her as someone who loved saving the lives of babies, witnessing their recovery, and supporting their families. She was actively involved in charity work and participated in fundraising for sick children. Because of her kind and gentle personality, many found it hard to believe that she could be involved in the deaths of children. However, evidence suggested that Lucy was the one who injected air into the bloodstream of her young victims. Doctors took time to investigate additional evidence to confirm their suspicions about Lucy's involvement, as there were many uncertainties. Ultimately, everyone agreed that Lucy should be reported. The head physician became aware of the neonatal department's concerns regarding Lucy. However, that evening, the management was preoccupied with their own issues and overlooked the seriousness of the situation. They even pressured doctors not to cause panic, fearing that it would draw unwanted public attention to the problem. The hospital's reputation was at stake, and management was worried about the potential consequences. At this point, the doctors had repeatedly asked the hospital management to take action against the nurse they suspected of being a killer. Unfortunately, their concerns were completely ignored, and no one took them seriously. Their fellow nurses were also confused, unsure whether to go to the police, as they found it hard to believe that one of their own could commit such terrible acts. This left the doctors in a difficult position, forcing them to step back and reevaluate all they knew. They were focused on the alarming trend of healthy or nearly healthy children who had been born prematurely without any clear reasons, continuing to die. These babies did not respond to resuscitation efforts, and in most cases, developed a mysterious rash that vanished after death. Ultimately, they decided that the best course of action was to carry out a police investigation to find out if Lucy was responsible in these situations. As a result, the hospital staff contacted the police directly. The doctor who initially reported the concern stated that he took all necessary steps to protect the children in his care. However, he was unable to communicate with upper management, and any delay could jeopardize the lives of other infants. So he decided to call the police. Police quickly began investigating these horrific crimes. As the case stalled, rumors started circulating within the hospital. It became evident, even from a brief examination, that Lucy was connected to the deceased children, as these incidents only occurred during her shifts. She was consistently present when the children faced difficulties. This information spread rapidly among the medical staff. Regardless of whether the rumors were proven true, tensions within the team escalated. Lucy faced open accusations, and she was subjected to significant pressure, yet she maintained her innocence regarding the baby's deaths. Lucy believes they are trying to blame her for the failures of other doctors. This situation began in July 2015. Later, a group of doctors emerged who attempted to blame a nurse for the deaths of newborns. They voiced their concerns, and during the trial, Lucy accused them of conspiring to hold her responsible for the deaths in the neonatal unit. Lucy openly made these accusations because she believed they were trying to cover up serious violations connected to hospital management, which could potentially implicate many staff members and administrators in the deaths of the infants. In reality, four doctors were investigating the causes of the newborn deaths. They expressed their disbelief that a nurse, whose role was to care for and protect children, could intentionally administer lethal injections. However, as more evidence was reviewed, the connections became increasingly evident. After thoroughly examining the situation, the doctors concluded that the only possible explanation for the deaths was the introduction of air, which was noted to be associated with unexplained spots. The major challenge was that lethal injections leave almost no evidence, making it extremely difficult to prove they were the cause of death. The only potential evidence against Lucy involved 2 cases of insulin poisoning in children. However, at the time the tests were conducted, these cases had not yet been evaluated. In the past, it was extremely difficult to determine these tests. However, the seriousness of the situation required the doctors and investigators to be diligent in gathering evidence, as it could prove Lucy's guilt in an extremely disturbing crime. They were finally able to obtain blood samples taken 8 months before the trial began. The 2 boys, each from 2 different sets of twins, had been poisoned with insulin. The insulin levels in their blood were significantly higher than normal, and such a high dose could not have been given by mistake, as the medical facility had put safeguards in place to prevent accidental overdose. However, the objects showed abnormal indicators that led to their deaths, which was confirmed through examination of the evidence. These insulin-poisoned children were taken care of by Lucy. Another significant case in the investigation was the death of a child, which was likely the most brutal. This was the same baby who began bleeding heavily, and the mother saw Lucy nearby. Medical staff reported that a metal instrument had been inserted into the baby's mouth, causing severe internal injuries. During the nearly hour-long resuscitation attempt, the baby bled from both the mouth and nose, losing about 25% of his blood volume. Doctors fought to save the baby, performing CPR and injecting 5 doses of adrenaline to stimulate the heart. Although the heartbeat returned temporarily, the baby did not breathe for more than 15 minutes, giving him no chance of survival. At the time of death, before any investigation began, it was concluded that the cause was natural. Extensive bleeding can sometimes result from intestinal infections in babies. Since there was no suspicion of medical personnel being involved at that time, an autopsy was not performed. This decision is viewed as the biggest mistake made. If it had been established then that the bleeding was due to a foreign object, the investigation would have started sooner, leading to more evidence against Lucy. A similar situation arose with a girl who was one of a set of triplets. After an autopsy, forensic experts discovered she had a serious liver injury. Experienced specialists compared the injury severity to the aftermath of a major accident. However, the exact cause of the girl's ruptured liver was never determined. Lucy, the suspect, went on to kill the second triplet, who was later named in court. There were no other tragic incidents during Lucy's long holiday in Ibiza. However, 2 children died just hours after she returned to work for her first shift. A third child was also in danger, but the parents insisted on taking their child to another medical facility because they felt something was wrong and did not trust the hospital staff. On June 23, 2016, during a separate set of triplet assessments at the trial, a baby was in critical condition with a severely swollen stomach, struggling to breathe. He was placed on a ventilator while numerous staff members, including Lucy, worked frantically around him. The baby's body showed signs of swelling, and his brain was deprived of oxygen for a long time. Doctors worked tirelessly to save him for 17 hours before he passed away. They waited for the transport team to arrive to transfer the baby to the central hospital, while the remaining staff anxiously counted down the minutes until help arrived. Lucy made a shocking comment. He would not survive anyway. She said it so calmly that everyone was taken aback. She seemed to take pleasure in the unfolding drama and appeared to be waiting for the baby to die. Following these incidents, the doctors, feeling desperate, contacted the police. After the attack on the triplets, Lucy was moved to another department. In that new department, they did not encounter similar issues, despite having the same staff and responsibilities, and the mysterious deaths ceased. However, the doctors recognized the need for stricter security measures. Consequently, Lucy was suspended from work a month. During this time, the hospital continued to investigate, but there was not enough evidence against Lucy. In response to the suspension without any clear reason, Lucy filed a complaint against the hospital. As a result, the management apologized and decided to reinstate her. However, her colleagues disagreed with this decision. They argued that Lucy should only return to work after installing surveillance cameras in every room to monitor her actions. This solution worked, and after the cameras were installed, no further incidents occurred, even after Lucy resumed work. At the same time, the police were conducting an investigation. They discovered evidence showing that Lucy was trying to get the attention of a doctor from the resuscitation team, whose identity remains confidential. Love letters addressed to him were later found in her home. This doctor worked in the neonatal department, but he was married, 17 years older than Lucy, and saw her only as a friend and colleague, with no romantic interest. Before that, they attended advanced training courses in London together, had lunch, went for walks, communicated constantly, and he often drove her home. When the doctor arrived to testify, Lucy lost control. Before this point, she had been distant and unresponsive, but when she saw him, she began to cry and tried to leave until her lawyer calmed her down. This reaction was puzzling and difficult to explain. Lucy asserts that her feelings for the resuscitation doctor are purely friendship, and he supports her statement. However, psychologists and experts investigating the case noted her behavior. Lucy wrote him love letters, expressed joy when he gave her chocolate, and closely monitored his social media accounts as well as those of his wife and teenage children. Experts believe that Lucy deliberately created situations to get closer to him, especially since he was the one performing the resuscitation in all the relevant cases. However, during court proceedings, Lucy dismissed these claims as baseless speculation. In July 2018, Lucy Letby was arrested for the first time. Police conducted 2 simultaneous raids, one at her parents' home and another at her own residence. During these searches, a significant amount of evidence was collected, which aided the investigation and supported the case against her. This evidence included medical documents, notes, stickers, and photographs of children's cards found on a mobile phone. More details will be shared later. She was released on bail but was arrested again a year later. In June 2019, Lucy Letby was charged with the murder of 7 children and the attempted murder of 10 others. The trial will begin in October 2022. Is expected to last at least 6 months due to the sheer volume of material to be reviewed, including more than 100 hours of questioning in some 5,500 depositions. However, there are significant restrictions on sharing information because the case is both complex and sensitive. In particular, the identities of the deceased are being kept secret because of their age. Key pieces of evidence include postcards that Lucy created for the victims' parents, expressing her condolences and posing with them. These documents were found on Lucy's phone. A key moment in the court proceedings was when stickers discovered in the Lucy's home were presented. One sticker describes her as the embodiment of evil, while another reveals her confession to killing babies. The note stated that Lucy felt she did not deserve to live and that she had deliberately killed them because she believed she was not good enough to take care of them. She described herself as a bad and evil person. It was also written on the back of the note that she needed help and could not go on anymore. Lucy kept a diary in which she wrote about the problems she faced in life. Lucy thought that she would never have children or a loving husband and family. Lucy felt helpless in everything and was often afraid. She expressed her pain in these short notes filled with despair. She cried every day at the same time. Even though she wrote that nothing was wrong, she still felt anxious about her situation. Initially, Lucy was happy to befriend the resuscitation doctor she loved. She detailed their encounter and how he supported her. However, he turned his back on her in early 2018, just before her first arrest. This was when Lucy was suspended from work, which caused her to fall into depression, as her job was her purpose in life. The lawyer argued that these notes did not prove her guilt, especially given the myriad of issues she faced. She was suspended, hospital staff were accusing her of abuse, and her mental state was unstable. She blamed herself for what happened because she felt she did not have enough time to help her young patients. The defense argued that Lucy's notes did not admit to the murders and suggested that she was only indirectly involved. The prosecution presented a note containing the names of the triplets who were victims of Lucy's attack as evidence. The note included names, birth dates, expressions of regret, and phrases that implied she was involved in the tragedy. It was found under the bed along with the children's medical records. When police searched her apartment, Lucy claimed that these notes could have accidentally ended up at her home when she forgot to throw away all the contents of the pockets of her work coat. Lucy appeared in court visibly emotional as she took the witness stand. She expressed her devastation over being suspended from her job, which had been incredibly important to her. Lucy described her time in prison as particularly challenging, compounded by her depression. The situation escalated when police arrived at her home to conduct a search at 6 a.m. while she was with her father. Being accused of multiple child murders was a complete shock to her. She was released on bail 3 days after her arrest, but in 2019, she faced a second arrest. Lucy stated that these experiences left a lasting impact on her life, making her fearful of loud noises and heightening her sensitivity to stimuli. A prison psychologist later diagnosed her with post-traumatic stress disorder. The trial made everything worse for the Lucy. She had to travel an hour and a half to the courtroom and was only returned to her cell around 7 p.m., which was exhausting for her. She often refused to attend court hearings in front of the families of the murdered children, which the victims' parents found disrespectful. In court, the Lucy expressed that she was going through a tough time filled with discrimination and accusations. She also lost her cherished job, which affected her deeply. The pressure was overwhelming, especially with the possibility of losing her freedom and never getting married. At times, she felt completely helpless during this difficult period. She began to experience mental health challenges due to increasing pressures and difficulties. According to Lucy, she started her career at a medical institution in 2010 as a full-time qualified nurse, caring for 3 to 4 babies in her unit. To enhance her skills, she participated in special training courses and continually pursued additional education to improve her knowledge. Ultimately, Lucy earned the qualification of a mentor, which is a notable achievement for a nurse in her field. Lucy loved her job and enjoyed learning new skills to improve her abilities. In the spring of 2015, she completed a 6-month course in Liverpool, which enabled her to work with babies and children coming from intensive care. She took great pride in her work and would not trade her position for anything. From June 2015 to June 2016, Lucy continued to work in the same department. During this time, several critically ill patients were admitted to the hospital simultaneously. The complex needs of the children included serious conditions, such as blood clotting disorders. Lucy worked incredibly hard, accumulating many overtime hours. She dedicated all her free time to her job, which took a toll on her, leaving her completely exhausted by her daily responsibilities. In 2015, one of the children sadly passed away. This was a challenging moment for Lucy, but she felt supported by her colleagues, who encouraged one another as best they could. Although this incident was likely not her fault, Lucy appreciated how it brought the entire team together, and she wished to experience that sense of unity again. The situation was complicated by many controversial aspects. The prosecution thoroughly investigated and gathered information about children's deaths in the hospital over a 6-year period, starting from when the staff filed a complaint. Throughout this time, Lucy was seen as a skilled and competent nurse with a strong work ethic. She was highly regarded as a specialist, making it hard to believe she could be involved in the deaths. The investigation gathered strong evidence that pointed to her guilt in the horrific murders committed by the nurse. It is noteworthy that she acted completely openly. The jury took 22 days to deliberate before finding her guilty of murdering 7 babies and attempting to murder 10 others. However, thanks to media coverage, she became known as the most brutal child killer in British history. On August 21, 2023, Lucy Letby was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, the harshest penalty available under UK law. She is the 4th woman in the history of the UK to receive such a sentence. The case of Lindsay Lee. On Monday, March 13, 2017, Lindsay Lee, a 31-year-old woman, had a busy day. After finishing her work shift, she attended a martial arts training session at the gym. Following her workout, she went to the supermarket for groceries and returned home around 8:30 p.m. Exhausted, Lindsay looked forward to resting since she needed to be at work in the morning. She works full-time as an IT specialist at the local police station. At the end of the day, she returned to her 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house on Halley VD. However, at that moment, she was faced with an unexpected threat waiting for her inside her own home. As she entered the house, she was ambushed as soon as she closed the door. On March 14th, it seemed like just another weekday for the Sheriff's Department in Lexington County, South Carolina, where Lindsay worked. Officers arrived early, but it was quickly apparent that Lindsay had not shown up yet. She was always energetic and was usually one of the first to arrive at the sheriff's office. Her co-workers were immediately worried and surprised when they didn't see Lindsay at work. First, they texted her, but she didn't respond. Next, they tried calling her, but Lindsay didn't answer. This behavior was unusual for her. She was known for being punctual and was usually one of the first to arrive at the office. Even when she was sick, she always informed her co-workers. After failing to reach Lindsay, the police contacted the patrol unit. A nearby police car was dispatched to check on her. The assigned officer was Shannon Lovell, who was also a close friend of Lindsay's. He arrived at her home around 10 a.m. and knocked on the front door, but received no response. So he decided to go around to the back door. He carefully examined the scene and noticed the first signs of trouble. The back door was heavily damaged. He quickly concluded that someone had broken into the Lindsay's house. Shannon promptly called for backup. His fellow officers arrived within minutes. Together, they entered the Lindsay's house, unaware of the horrifying scene that awaited them. They heard running water and assumed that Lindsay might be taking a shower and hadn't heard them. Remaining cautious, the officers ascended to the second floor and approached the bathroom, where they heard the water noise behind a curtain. When they pushed the curtain aside, they discovered Lindsay's body lying in an unnatural position. The bathtub was filled with blood, and she had a deep 10 centimeters cut on her throat. Lindsay was born in September. Her family lives in Arkansas. When Lindsay was 5 years old, her younger sister Carista was born. As Carista grew older, the sisters developed a close bond and became best friends. Lindsay served as a role model for Carista, who eagerly followed her sister's interests and activities. It was no surprise that Lindsay became the family's fashion icon, influencing Carista's style. Whenever Lindsay tried something new, like roller skating, Carista would eagerly join in the next day. The children grew up in Heber Springs, Arkansas, but job opportunities in that suburb were limited. Then her father joined the Army. His military career led to frequent moves for the family, starting with a move to California, which was very different from their small-town life. The family continued to move around, living in many different cities and states before finally settling in South Carolina. This constant moving helps children adapt quickly to new environments, which contributed to Lindsay's development. With her bubbly personality and confidence, she had no difficulty communicating with others. From a young age, Lindsay showed intelligence, especially in math and science. However, throughout high school, she struggled with her weight. This led to feelings of low self-esteem and made her a target for ridicule. Despite these challenges, Lindsay remained focused on her future. In the early 2000s, Lindsay attended Midlands Technical College in Columbia, South Carolina. Due to her high GPA, she received a scholarship in 2004. By 2008, at the age of 23, she was working at a local bank. One day, an attractive mechanic named Jason Lee, who was 29 at the time, came in to repair a broken safe. They struck up a conversation and felt an instant attraction. The next day, Jason asked Lindsay out, and after a few meetings, they officially started dating. On a date, the couple went boating at sunset. Jason asked Lindsay to go on a dolphin-watching adventure. However, he had more exciting plans for Lindsay. As the sun set over the horizon, Jason proposed to her and Lindsay accepted his proposal. Jason was not only handsome and romantic, but also a talented guy. The couple shared many common interests, and whenever there was a problem, Jason was always ready to help Lindsay without hesitation. Whether her car broke down or there was any other problem, he could easily handle it. Both of them were kind, cheerful, and had similar personalities, which further strengthened their relationship. The couple got married 2 years after they met, in 2010. Lindsay was so captivating that Jason couldn't help but cry tears of joy. However, they weren't very active, which led to weight gain. In 2014, Jason decided to start going to the gym to address this issue. He quickly began encouraging Lindsay to join him, but she resisted the idea of exercising for a long time. Jason's trainer, Graham Hockley, was a tough and straightforward Brit who helped him get back in shape. By 2015, Jason had transformed and looked much more athletic. As Jason began his sports training, Lindsay noticed his progress and decided to join him. They both trusted their trainer, Graham. Initially, Lindsay didn't like him much because he pushed her hard and didn't pay attention to her complaints. However, this tough approach worked. After a few months, Lindsay had a remarkable transformation. Her training became easier, she got in shape, and she felt more attractive. Eventually, Graham suggested that they try martial arts. After some hesitation, they agreed. Graham was an expert, helped improve various aspects of Lindsay's life. He created a nutrition and training program for them that helped them get fit, and he introduced them to judo. This challenging sport would help Lindsay and Jason become real athletes. Within about a year of training, she lost over 50 kilograms. She not only looked different, but also felt healthier. Lindsay no longer struggled with shortness of breath or joint pain. Fitness became a vital part of her life. She eagerly attended every training session and was determined not to miss any, no matter what. Lindsay's success and transformation were evident to everyone around her. Her close friends admired the changes in her life, and she even participated in an advertising campaign organized by her coach. Lindsay was truly inspired by her transformation and new image. She diligently followed all of her coach's guidance, including sticking to a strict diet. Because of her determination, she even won awards in several amateur tournaments. This achievement motivated her to encourage her entire team at work to get involved in sports, which boosted her self-confidence immensely. Eventually, Lindsay realized she needed significant changes in her personal life as well. Her marital bliss was deteriorating. Over time, she and Jason started to drift apart. Jason had long since stopped making progress in his own training, and eventually, he quit altogether. He wanted Lindsay to stop playing sports too, partly because he feared she might develop a romantic relationship with her trainer. Over time, Jason became convinced that Lindsay was cheating on him, even though he had no proof. Lindsay's friends and acquaintances were familiar with Graham. However, Lindsay remained faithful in her marriage, or at least that's what everyone believed. Despite this, Jason's jealousy and suspicion grew stronger. An important factor that worsened their relationship was their different views on having children. At the beginning of their marriage, and even before. They both agreed not to have children in order to focus on their careers and themselves. However, Jason later changed his mind and wanted to have children. But Lindsay remained steadfast in her choice, valuing her independence. This difference in views left Lindsay facing a difficult decision. After 6 years of marriage, she chose to ask Jason for a divorce, realizing that she could not provide him with what he wanted. She was not ready for children and was determined to move forward, but not in the direction Jason wanted. The couple separated in April 2016 and updated their social media statuses. After the breakup, Jason moved to an apartment in Simpsonville, South Carolina, about a 2-hour drive from their shared home, where he lived with his mother. He quickly found a new job as a mechanic in Greenville, which was only a short drive from his apartment. With the distance between them, it seemed that both of them had started to rebuild their lives. Their divorce was amicable, without any significant problems arising. Jason and Lindsay planned to split their house. She chose to renovate it and sell it herself to split the profits. Since it was a spacious house, she believed that she could sell it for a good price. To assist her in the renovation, Jason helped out, while Lindsay paid for all the materials. Everyone around them saw their divorce as amicable, indicating that the former couple's relationship could remain friendly. By February 2017, Lindsay had significantly transformed her appearance. She changed her hairstyle and hair color, which made her look rejuvenated. Her friends interpreted this change as a signal that she was ready to begin a new chapter in her life. The formal conclusion of her divorce was planned for April 2017. However, this event never occurred, as Lindsay's body was discovered in her bathroom on March 14, 2017. Shannon, the first person to arrive at the scene, was eager to take charge of the investigation but was denied access to the case. As a close friend of Lindsay, he struggled to remain impartial. And her death deeply affected him and the other police involved in the investigation. The police were confused. Lindsay had good relationships with everyone, even her ex-husband, with whom she had parted on friendly terms. With no leads in the case, the police turned their attention to her husband, Jason, who was in the process of divorcing her. They found him working at a metalworking shop in the county. Upon hearing the news of Lindsay's murder, Jason broke down in tears. He immediately agreed to accompany the police to the station and answer their questions. Without waiting for detailed inquiries, he began to recount the events leading up to his wife's murder. Jason explained that on Monday, March 13th, he had a severely injured leg and was in pain at home. To manage the discomfort, he took a painkiller and went to bed. The next morning, he discovered that his car was missing and assumed it had been confiscated due to his overdue rent. He tried to convince the police that he couldn't have reached the crime scene. However, the police noticed suspicious scratches on his face, which he claimed were from grooming, even though the wounds did not look like typical shaving cuts. The police collected DNA samples from him, which he willingly provided. Police then searched Lindsay's home for evidence. A forensic scientist discovered several suspicious items there. It appeared that the attack had occurred nearby, as there were products that Lindsay had purchased before returning home scattered around. She was last seen alive walking home from a local supermarket, confirmed by a Walmart receipt and surveillance camera footage. The footage showed her calmly walking through the store, cramming a basket full of fruits and vegetables. No one was following her, and police were able to track her movements almost to her front door. Throughout the entire journey, Lindsay did not look back and appeared calm, suggesting that she was not being followed or threatened. It is possible that her attacker was waiting for her inside her home. Later, one of the patrol officers called the police station. He reported that on March 14th, he saw a man driving a car on the street who looked like Jason. The man had a large scratch on his cheek and was acting aggressively, accusing the officer of damaging his car, although the officer had just been standing by. The patrol officer didn't notice anything else suspicious, so he let the man go but remembered his odd behavior. He recalled this encounter as soon as he heard about the investigation and saw a photo of Jason. Surprisingly, the incident happened in the parking lot of the supermarket where Lindsay was shopping. Luckily, the patrol officer remembered the license plate number. When he checked, he saw that the car was registered to Jason. This meant that his car had not been impounded. The officer then reviewed the supermarket surveillance footage. On March 14th at 5:17 a.m., surveillance footage captured a car entering the parking lot and a figure resembling Jason exited the vehicle. The poor lighting and grainy quality of the video made it difficult to clearly identify the person. After disappearing into the darkness, he reappeared 50 minutes later in his work pickup truck, which he parked next to his car. Within 4 minutes, the Jason searched the trunks of both vehicles, likely moving the murder weapon during this time before disposing of it. Police did not find the knife that killed Lindsay. Jason admitted to lying a little about the car being impounded, saying he had gone to the parking lot that morning to buy groceries. Although Jason had previously claimed that he was at home resting on strong painkillers at the time of the murder. When police searched his apartment, they discovered a package of latex gloves that matched the gloves found at the crime scene, along with 3 small pieces of similar blue gloves. Police believe Jason used latex gloves to hide his fingerprints. However, no additional evidence was found, and Jason's car was even washed. On March 17, 2017, just 3 days after Lindsay's murder, 38-year-old Jason Lee was arrested and charged with first-degree murder and first-degree burglary. He was jailed without bail and could face life in prison or the death penalty under state law. He shocked Lindsay's family and friends, but he maintained his innocence throughout the trial. The trial took place in November 2019. Prosecutors claimed that Jason broke in through the back door while Lindsay was away and waited for her to return. When she arrived home, Jason attacked her, overpowered her, and knocked her to the floor. A struggle ensued, during which he began strangling Lindsay until she lost consciousness. He then dragged her body into the bathroom and attempted to slit her throat with a knife, but Lindsay regained consciousness and fought back. Lindsay had scratches on her face, and her hands were on the floor. In the bathroom, she fought desperately for her life, but Jason was stronger and killed her. The police ran a toxicology test and found no alcohol or drugs in her system. The medical examiner noted that Lindsay had both defensive wounds and signs of strangulation on her body. The crime was clearly motivated by personal reasons. The prosecution believes Jason did not want to divorce his wife and chose to kill her rather than face the possibility of her being with another man. In addition, Jason was struggling with financial problems. He was behind on his car payments, had a lot of debt, and had maxed out his credit cards, leaving him with less than $100 in the bank. He was facing eviction from his apartment and owed Lindsay $1,300, which led to a lawsuit as she sought to recoup the money. During the investigation, it was discovered that Jason had to repay this debt by April 1, 2017, and Lindsay was determined to have him jailed if he did not pay. Inspecting Jason's mobile phone revealed that he had saved Lindsay's contact under the name Greedy for money. This indicated that the divorce proceedings were far from amicable. During this time, Jason began a new relationship and confided in his girlfriend about his financial problems and his troubles with Lindsay. They had previously agreed to split the proceeds from the sale of Lindsay's house, but Lindsay later wanted to keep all the money for herself. On the day of the attack, Jason's co-workers noticed he was limping and complaining of pain in his leg, but the next morning he seemed fine. Another of his lies. Although he told police the scratch on his face was from shaving, but he told his co-workers that he had been scratched by a cat. To avoid detection on the night of the attack, Jason turned off all communications to prevent GPS tracking, which aroused suspicion. He then deleted all information from his phone, including his search history. Some data was recovered during the investigation. Before the body was found, he contacted his tax consultant and requested a tax refund, suggesting he knew his wife was dead and had already removed her from his life. At trial, Coach Graham did not confirm any romantic relationship with Lindsay. He claimed to be a close friend of Lindsay's. Graham told the jury that he had taught her self-defense techniques to help her protect herself from her husband if necessary. He believed the killer was Jason, who had recently had problems with her. The defense insisted that no traces of Lindsay's DNA were found in Jason's home or car, nor on his clothing or in his truck. On November 22, 2019, the jury began deliberating. Just over an hour later, they concluded Jason Lee, 40, guilty of murdering 31-year-old Lindsay Lee, and guilty of burglary. He was ultimately sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Before leaving the courthouse, the Jason reiterated his innocence and vowed to keep fighting for his freedom. The case of Hunt family. In New South Wales, there is a small rural town called Lockhart, located between Sydney and Melbourne, where the central figures of our story lived. With a population of around 800, it was a quiet and close-knit community. Here, we find the farm belonging to the Hunt family, which had 3 children. The head of the family, Jeff Hunt, was 44 years old, and his wife Kim was 3 years younger. They met during their university years, where they were both active and athletic. They were immediately drawn to each other and became inseparable, eventually marrying and aspiring to build a large, loving family. The people of Lockhart held the Hunts in high regard, appreciating them for their kindness, friendliness, and involvement in the community. Kim Hunt had always dreamed of helping people. After finishing school, she enrolled in university to study medicine. Once she graduated, she began working at a hospital as a nurse in the intensive care unit, where she took pride in saving lives. She felt that her dream had finally come true. In her spare time, she enjoyed horseback riding and worked on their family farm, growing rapeseed alongside her brother Alan, continuing the legacy of their parents. At the time of these events, the family was overcoming a difficult period in their lives. Jeff and Kim supported each other, which helped them recognize each other's positive traits. They had 3 children who adored them: Fletcher, the eldest at 10 years old, Mia, who was 8, and Phoebe, the youngest at 6. The family was well respected in their town, partly due to their active involvement in local volunteer work. However, they faced significant challenges. In 2012, Kim and Phoebe, her youngest daughter, were in a serious car accident when Kim lost control, causing the vehicle to roll over twice. While her daughter Phoebe sustained only minor injuries, Kim's condition was much more severe. Doctors fought to save her life, and she spent a long time in a medically induced coma, ultimately miraculously surviving. After this traumatic event, Kim underwent a lengthy recovery process. Initially, doctors believed she might only be suitable as an organ donor and did not expect her to regain a normal life. However, Jeff, her husband, refused to accept this outcome. He dedicated himself to supporting Kim throughout her rehabilitation, believing they could overcome the odds. With his encouragement, Kim gradually learned to walk, eat, talk, and perform daily tasks again. Nonetheless, it was clear that she would never fully return to her previous self. The Jeff took on the responsibilities of caring for his children and wife while also working. Although relatives provided some help, it was insufficient. To ease their burden, the Jeff hired a nurse for his wife and a housekeeper, which greatly improved their lives. Doctors acknowledged Jeff's significant role in Kim's recovery, but specialists and family members remarked that the accident had fundamentally changed her life and personality. Kim lost her temper easily and experienced frequent mood swings, often directed at Jeff. Despite this, Jeff was patient, fully understanding how challenging her recovery was. Over time, things began to improve. Kim started to walk and move around more, gradually participating in household chores and making an effort not to be a burden. She was used to being independent and self-sufficient, so she aimed to return to her previous life, but found it all quite difficult. Kim was trying to manage the household and care for 3 children, which was challenging for someone recovering from a severe car accident that caused significant brain and spinal cord injuries. This created immense daily stress, which began to affect all aspects of the household, including her relationship with her husband. Jeff was also feeling the strain. In addition to the household challenges, he was facing serious financial issues. Initially, he found it hard to balance supporting his family with the increasing financial pressure. While his wife took care of the home and children, he was also working on the farm, which made it difficult for him to manage everything, particularly the harvest. They were spending a lot on medications, leaving them struggling to make ends meet. During Kim's rehabilitation, Jeff experienced several nervous breakdowns due to the overwhelming stress. Doctors observed a significant improvement in Kim's mental health. Previously, she had expressed to them that she was struggling and often thought about death. Kim felt that it would be easier for everyone if she were to die in an accident, believing it would spare others from having to support her. To prevent any potential tragedy, all firearms were taken from the Hunt family's farm. However, since they were necessary for self-defense and farming, the firearms were quickly returned but kept hidden from Kim. She had been on extended leave from work, which she missed greatly, as it used to bring her joy. What weighed most heavily on her were the children, whom she loved dearly and spent all her time with. In 2013, she began to recover and returned to work as a nurse. Initially, she couldn't work the same way she had before, as she quickly became tired and frequently forgot things. To aid her rehabilitation, she started with a small workload, working no more than 8 hours a week as a junior staff intern. She also resumed volunteering, focusing on topics that were meaningful to her. She spoke about road safety and traumatic brain injuries, sharing her own experiences to connect with others and offer support. By August 2014, the Hunt family felt they were returning to a normal life. Kim's sister, Jenny, visited her to celebrate Phoebe's daughter's 6th birthday. The celebration felt reminiscent of happier times before the tragedy, bringing Jenny joy. It appeared that things had settled down, and they had overcome their struggles. However, Jenny had no idea this would be her last visit with younger sister. On September 8, 2014, Kim took the children to the school bus stop for their usual day at school. In the afternoon, the housekeeper, Lauren, arrived to help with housework. The children's school day went smoothly, and around 3:30 p.m., Kim and the kids returned home. The previous day had been Father's Day, and Jeff was supposed to spend it with the children while Kim rested. Due to her injuries, she often tired quickly and needed a nap. Overall, the day was pleasant until a minor conflict arose between Jeff and their eldest son, 10-year-old Fletcher, over a football game. Jeff, who typically refereed the children's matches, disagreed with Fletcher's actions during the game, leading to tension. Kim comforted Fletcher after the disagreement. Later, Jeff decided to visit his parents on the farm for the holiday without his family. He explained that Kim, the children, and Lauren stayed behind to finish their chores, which is why they did not accompany him. His parents noticed that their son seemed lost that day. He wasn't smiling as he usually did and wasn't communicating much. It was difficult to get him to talk, which was unusual for him since he was normally positive, sociable, and cheerful. However, this time he seemed sad, and they quickly realized something was wrong. They tried to ask Jeff what had happened, but he avoided answering and eventually went home. According to Lauren's testimony, there was a minor conflict between Jeff and Kim that day. It didn't seem serious, but it had upset Jeff, who then went to play golf, leaving his wife with the children. When he returned, he sent the kids to take a shower. Around 7 p.m., they watched a family show on TV before having a snack and going to bed. Kim, still upset from a previous argument. Her frustration stemmed from the fight and his choices, such as giving the children unhealthy food and letting them watch TV, which were against her rules. She also mentioned that one of her husband's brothers had taken money from their family fund to purchase a house and a car. Additionally, she was upset that her husband was giving large amounts of money to his family from the fund from there. Around 7:30 p.m., the house was quiet after the Lauren left. She said goodbye to the family, with the children hugging her, and Jeff called out, "Goodbye, thank you, see you tomorrow." What transpired in the house afterward remains unclear. Later, the Lauren informed the police that the family atmosphere had been tense throughout the day, but she never imagined the horror that unfolded after she left. The Lauren returned to the farm during the day, as she usually did. As she approached the house, she noticed Kim lying on the lawn. She was still in her pajamas. Concerned that Kim had fallen and needed help, Lauren rushed over. However, as she got closer, she saw that Kim was not moving, and her face was covered by 2 jackets. When Lauren removed the jackets, she realized it was too late to help. Kim was dead from a gunshot wound to the head and was lying in a pool of blood. Her body was already cold, and the horrifying scene terrified Lauren. She immediately called emergency services. When the medics arrived, they confirmed that the 41-year-old Kim Hunt was dead. Kim had been shot at close range, with the bullet entering just above her right eye, leaving her with no chance of survival. The medics entered the house and soon found a shell casing on the floor in the hallway, indicating that the murder had occurred there. When police arrived and searched the house, they found Fletcher, Phoebe, and Mia murdered in their bedrooms, all 3 children shot in the head. A note written on a napkin was found on the kitchen table. The note, written in adult handwriting, read, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." But it is unclear who wrote it. Although it is believed that Jeff, the husband, wrote the note, but it was not possible to find him. There are 2 possibilities: the criminals attacked the house, murdered Jeff's family and kidnapped him, or he himself was responsible for the deaths and went into hiding. Ultimately, the case could only be cleared up if Jeff was found. He was therefore declared a wanted man and an active search was launched. There was no evidence of anyone else in the house, no fingerprints or DNA, and no signs of forced entry. News of this tragic event spread quickly throughout the community. People were shocked and frightened, trying to understand what had happened in the Hunt family home that night. Many found it hard to believe that their neighbor, Jeff, could have committed such acts. People were genuinely concerned about his whereabouts and safety, thinking that he could be the next victim of the killers. As a result, the community called for a quick resolution of the case and the arrest of the criminals to restore safety to the area. The police conducted an investigation around the farm for an extended period until they discovered fresh tire tracks the following day. These tracks led them to a small dam located a few hundred meters from the Hunt family home. Divers searching the reservoir, which was about 1.5 meters deep, found the body of Jeff Hunt along with a shotgun. He died of a gunshot wound to the top of the head, and it was apparent that he ended his life by putting the gun in his mouth. An examination showed that his body had been in the water for approximately 30 hours. When experts compared Jeff's handwriting from cards he had previously given to his wife with a note found on the dining table, they confirmed a 100% match. This evidence indicated that he was responsible for the tragic event. It was impossible to completely piece together the events since there were no witnesses. It appears that the Jeff coldly murdered his 3 sleeping children and then shot Kim as she tried to flee the house. He likely regretted his actions later and wrote a suicide note, which left him with no way to turn back. Jeff left his family, got into his old car, and drove along a dirt road. After traveling a few hundred meters, he turned into a wheat paddock and headed towards the pond, where the abandoned car. The motive behind the crime was completely unclear. Many local residents held Jeff Hunt in high regard and refused to believe he could be responsible for the violence, despite the clear evidence against him. In the town of Lockhart, he was a respected figure, a farmer, a referee for children's football games, a volunteer, and an active participant in community events. This admiration led to a peculiar reaction among the locals. Some speculated that the weapon may have been in the hands of Kim, who had previously expressed a desire to end her life. Some even called her a witch, claiming that she was responsible for the crimes, accusing her of killing her family due to her mood swings, framing her husband, and then ending her life. This scenario was physically impossible. Jeff was found with a shotgun, while Kim was discovered far from the shell casing where the shots were fired. With the injuries on her body, it was obvious that she couldn't have fired that gun. An examination showed she didn't have the physical ability to shoot a shotgun, as her right side was impaired. Therefore, experts were unanimous that Jeff was the killer. Despite the police conclusively proving that Jeff Hunt had the weapon and was responsible for the deaths of his entire family, some people continue to defend him. Jeff had built such a positive image that many viewed him as a martyr, despite the fact that he had murdered 3 innocent children and his wife, who had already survived a serious car accident. Justifying his actions, regardless of the circumstances, was impossible. The community came together to raise funds and organize a funeral for the victims. Police faced challenges in determining a motive for the crime. Although Jeff was upset that day due to an argument with his son and a conflict with his wife, this was not typical behavior for him. When the Lauren was present, the situation did not escalate. Despite a tense atmosphere in the house, Jeff and Kim generally handled their disputes in a calm and respectful manner, so they maintained their composure. There were no signs indicating the upcoming crisis. The Lauren had never seen Jeff lose his temper, hit his wife and children, or even raise his voice. She never imagined he would resort to violence. As a result, she and others doubted that Jeff could have committed the crime. In contrast, Kim sometimes yelled at her husband and children when she was upset or forgot to take her antidepressants. It was hard to believe that Jeff could have been suffering from deep depression to the point of murdering his family. It would have been difficult to hide such a serious condition from their relatives and the Lauren, who saw them every day. Yet, even she saw no signs that anything tragic was about to happen. Jeff did experience some financial difficulties, but they were manageable and did not stop him from supporting his family or seeking solutions. He was not the type to back down when faced with challenges, especially after carrying the weight of responsibility for many years. Police, gathering evidence over time, determined that the crime was not planned but was instead a spontaneous reaction. This was unusual for Jeff. He had plans for the next day and the upcoming week. Before the Lauren departed, he behaved like a responsible family man and caring father, preparing meals for the children for school and arranging a tennis match with a friend for the weekend. It was revealed that Jeff had been seeing a psychotherapist and had shared that he feared being left alone with the children if Kim were to leave him. Just weeks before her death, Kim told a relative that she was unhappy with Jeff's management of their finances, which often led to money issues. She also admitted that she no longer loved him and felt no attraction, even considering divorce. The tension in their relationship might have intensified, as Kim wanted a divorce and had expressed her desire to separate to Jeff, which could have led to a violent response. The investigation into the incident involved several psychology and psychiatry specialists who provided important insights. One expert, after reviewing the case and speaking with the deceased's relatives, noted that Jeff showed signs of depression, including feelings of sadness and anxiety. Shortly before the shooting, he visited his family looking distressed and remained quiet, suggesting he was hiding something. His family noticed his unusual behavior and tried to understand what was bothering him. In situations like this, it can be challenging to identify the issues, especially since men often avoid discussing their feelings and see asking for help as a sign of weakness. They typically keep their struggles to themselves, which can build up and eventually lead to an emotional outburst, sometimes with tragic consequences. Jeff may have battled his problems for many years while trying to maintain a normal life, hiding his struggles and worsening his situation. Psychologists suggest that he likely wanted to escape due to depression and a deep sense of hopelessness. His use of a firearm to inflict a single fatal injury indicates that he probably did not intend to harm his wife and children. The Lauren reported that Jeff appeared to be under immense pressure from various aspects of his life, including the challenges of caring for his sick wife, Kim, and her changed personality, which may have pushed him to a breaking point. Kim's family also felt that her condition had made life so difficult. Experts believe that Jeff never intended to harm his family. Instead, he was likely overwhelmed by his personal issues and worries, and the stress from the impending divorce may have contributed to his state of mind. However, in a sudden change of thought, he chose to end the lives of everyone around him. He might have convinced himself that as the family's main provider, he was saving them from a future of poverty. In a tragic effort to prevent what he saw as a disastrous outcome, Jeff committed the unimaginable act of killing his family quickly and painlessly, aiming to spare them from suffering. The tragic case of the Hunt family marked one of the bloodiest Father's Days in Australian crime history. The case of Hannah Hill. Hannah Hill was an 18-year-old girl from Akron, Ohio, born on May 8, 1981. She had a brother named Justin. By the time she turned 18, she had graduated high school and was ready to begin her adult life. Hannah started searching for a job and secured a part-time position as a secretary. After summer, she planned to attend college. With her job, she was able to save money to buy a car. Hannah was beautiful and well-liked in high school. She had many friends and maintained close relationships with them. Hannah had a 19-year-old boyfriend named Brad. They lived together for a while, but their relationship became troubled, leading Hannah to move back in with her parents. A friend later informed Hannah's parents that the couple frequently argued, and these disputes usually ended with Brad hurling insults. When that didn't work, he sometimes resorted to physical force to assert his viewpoint. Despite these issues and her move back home, their romance continued. Friends advised Hannah to end the relationship, believing Brad was not right for her. However, Hannah finds herself attracted to him, as he is her type. On May 19, 1999, Hannah came home from work in the afternoon, as she usually did. After having dinner, taking a bath, and changing into her pajamas, she settled down to watch a movie. Hannah had no plans to go out that evening. However, while she was getting ready for bed, her friend Jennifer called. They talked for a while, and then Hannah unexpectedly decided to change her plans. Around 10 p.m., she changed her clothes and left the house. She told her mother she was going out for business and appeared worried as she hurried away. Her parents didn't have time to ask her questions or understand what was happening. Although they noticed that the phone call seemed to upset her, they weren't overly concerned since Hannah was an adult and often spent nights with her boyfriend or friends. They had no idea that this was the last time they would see their daughter alive. When the parents woke up in the morning, they noticed that their daughter had not returned home at the expected time. This was not unusual, as Hannah sometimes slept over at her boyfriend's house or stayed out late with friends. At first, they were not worried. However, they then received a call from her company, informing them that Hannah had not come to work. This worried them, as it was unusual for her to be absent from work, considering how seriously she took her job. The parents began texting Hannah, but she did not respond. They continued to wait throughout the evening, still unable to find out where she was. They began to worry about her safety. After calling Hannah's friends and boyfriend, but no one had seen her, her parents contacted the police to report her missing. They gave a description of Hannah and mentioned that her car was also missing, suggesting that she had driven away. Despite this, the police did not launch an investigation. They believed that Hannah was just having fun and would come back on her own, so they postponed the case. This time, Hannah's parents sensed something was really wrong. Hannah seemed to have disappeared without a trace and had not contacted anyone. Realizing that the police were not prioritizing the investigation, they decided to take matters into their own hands. First, they contacted Hannah's boyfriend, but he, like everyone else, had no idea where she was. He said he had tried to contact her, but she had not responded to his messages. Next, the parents started asking Hannah's friends for information. They spoke to Denny, but he also said he had been unable to contact Hannah despite repeated attempts. 2 days later, passers-by reported the abandoned car they had found on the side of the road to the police. The car was found just a few miles from Hannah's home. Witnesses noted that the car looked suspicious because it appeared to have been in use for more than 2 days. Unfortunately, the police did not take Hannah's parents' report seriously. As a result, other police were unaware that the car's owner was missing and were unable to connect the 1996 Geoprism Hannah was driving to the witness reports. As a result, one of the patrol officers was dispatched to the location to simply write a parking ticket, and he took no further action. The next day, Brad contacted the police station where the report was filed. He was angry that the police had not begun an investigation or search for Hannah. He insisted that they take immediate action. After speaking with him, the police reviewed Hannah's parents' missing person report and decided it was time to start looking for her. They also noticed scratches on her boyfriend's body and asked about them. He explained that they had argued shortly before her disappearance due to his infidelity, and during the fight Hannah had attacked him. Although the injuries did not appear to be serious, they raised some suspicions among the police. However, no evidence linking him to Hannah's disappearance was found, and he left the police station without incident. His visit helped to advance the investigation, and details of Hannah's disappearance were shared with the media. Police hoped to find witnesses who can provide further information. Some information about Hannah has emerged. Someone contacted the police after seeing Hannah's car, which was the same car that a patrol officer had been sent to ticket a short time earlier. By May 26th, the car had been parked on the side of the road for a week without anyone coming to pick it up or reporting it. That day, several officers were sent to check on the car. They arrived at the location at 7:30 a.m. The car showed no signs of forced entry or theft. When the officers opened the trunk, they made a horrifying discovery. Hannah's body was inside. This was reported on the news the same day. The body was in a state of decomposition after being in the trunk of a car for a week in hot weather. Hannah was found with her bra pulled around her neck. Her knees were bent and spread, leading police to suspect a sexual motive behind the crime. Hannah had bruises, scratches, and cuts, indicating that she had fought back. Her pager and car keys were found next to her body. Many local residents were outraged that the police did not take her parents' missing person report seriously and did not list her and her car as missing. Hannah remained in the trunk of her car for a week. When a patrol officer arrived to issue a ticket, he did not inspect the car or contact the owner. Many speculate that Hannah may have been alive and the first police arrived and may have been rescued. Even if she had not, the investigation would have begun much sooner, and the passing of a week would have risked losing crucial evidence. Forensic experts conducted an autopsy and determined that the Hannah's cause of death was strangulation. They discovered that she had been gagged, found a white substance on her lips, and noted a bite mark on one of her hands. Her body was covered in bruises and abrasions. Additionally, it was established that she had had an intimate encounter with a man shortly before her death. Forensic experts suspected that she may have been raped based on the positioning of her body, her torn clothes, and the nature of her injuries. It appeared that she had resisted and was strangled before being placed in the trunk. A toxicology report revealed a small amount of alcohol in her system, despite her leaving home completely sober, suggesting she had consumed alcohol elsewhere. Police initially considered Brad the prime suspect because intimate partners were often involved in such cases. When he arrived at the station, they noticed suspicious scratches on his body. Hannah's parents also suspect him of being involved in her disappearance, as they never liked him. During a search of Hannah's home, police found her diary, which detailed her relationship with her boyfriend. They learned that he had been both emotionally and physically abusive towards her, which was confirmed by her diary entries and several witness accounts. The police brought Brad in for questioning. He claimed to have an alibi for the night of her disappearance, stating he was at a party with friends, where they watched TV and drank. Although his alibi was shaky, he passed a polygraph test. Police found him to be genuinely upset and concerned about Hannah, and his body language suggested he was being truthful. The police obtained a recording of Hannah's phone calls that night. They discovered that she had made 4 calls from her home phone. 1 call was to her friend, 2 calls were to Brad, and another call was to a guy named Denny Ross, who was a friend of her boyfriend, Brad. The police then checked Hannah's pager. They discovered that on the night of her disappearance, she had sent several messages to her friends, including Denny, who was mentioned in her diary. Recently, they had become closer and often talked to each other. However, Hannah's friend insisted that their relationship was not romantic. They became friends mainly because Denny's house was a popular spot for parties, as he lived alone without his parents, allowing people to enjoy themselves freely. Their interactions were purely friendly. The police began to view Denny, Hannah's friend, as a suspect in her murder since he might have been the last person to see her alive. Friends described Denny as potentially aggressive, stating that he always got what he wanted and could behave rudely. Police discovered that Denny had a legal problem 2 weeks before Hannah went missing. He had been arrested while selling illegal drugs for $500. Denny quickly admitted to drug possession and trafficking charges. On May 26th, he received a suspended sentence for his drug trafficking charges. Police went to Denny's home to question him and investigate his possible involvement in Hannah's disappearance and murder. When police arrived, they found Denny wearing a cast on his arm. Surprisingly, he was on the phone and told police he was talking to a lawyer. Denny claimed that he had injured his hand in a fight a few weeks earlier. When speaking to the police, he mentioned that Hannah had called him around 11 p.m. on the night she went missing. He also provided a significant amount of new information that he had not disclosed in previous interviews related to the case. The police found this disturbing, so he was taken to the police station for further questioning. At the station, Denny said that night, he and Hannah talked for a long time about her boyfriend. She arrived feeling upset and unhappy in her relationship, expressing her frustrations and appearing ready to end it. After their lengthy conversation, they shared a kiss, and then she left around 1:30 a.m. He claimed he never saw her again and insisted she was completely sober. They didn't drink that night. Denny believed Hannah had feelings for him, and he was also in love with her. It was unusual for a man who was in love and possibly Hannah's new boyfriend to choose not to help find her when he had the chance. This raised suspicions, prompting police to quickly obtain a search warrant for Denny's home. On the morning of May 27th, 15 police officers arrived at Denny's second-floor apartment. They found several small bloodstains that he could not explain, which was very concerning. Blood samples were sent to the lab for analysis. Outside, under a bush, they found a trash bag. One officer noticed what appeared to be a woman's shoe inside. When the officers opened the bag, they found women's pants, underwear, and shoes, all of which were stained with blood. It was confirmed that these items belonged to Hannah and had her blood on them. One of the police officers reported hearing a noise outside the window while he was going up the stairs. At that moment, Denny reportedly threw the evidence bag onto the street. Denny was later arrested. However, he maintained his innocence. His father hired the city's top lawyers to defend him in court. The defense team carefully reviewed the case file and the evidence gathered during the investigation. By this time, a collection of evidence had been compiled. Along with Hannah's DNA, traces of Denny were found in a garbage bag. The white residue on the Hannah's lips contained his DNA, and a bite mark on her neck matched Denny's dental impressions. Male bodily fluid was found on the Hannah, but after being there for a week, it was no longer suitable for analysis. Police believed that Denny not only killed her but also attacked, forced, and raped her. The defense argued that Denny's DNA found on Hannah's lips and the bite mark did not prove that he had killed her. It only showed that they had intimate contact. Furthermore, the defense emphasized that the police mishandled the initial investigation, leading to a lengthy delay in locating Hannah's disappearance. Instead of finding her within hours of her parents reporting the incident, it took police a week. To cover up their negligence, the attorneys argued the police tried to charge the first person they encountered. The attorneys noted that the police did not interview enough potential witnesses and did not look for other suspects, focusing only on Denny. The attorneys said that several bags of fast food were found in Hannah's car and that Hannah had stopped at a fast food restaurant shortly before her death. However, the police did not go to the restaurant to interview the staff. It is possible that Hannah encountered a dangerous person during her trip to the restaurant, leading to the attack and subsequent death. The defense argued that the blood found at Denny's house did not belong to Hannah, and that it was unreasonable to think that Denny with a broken arm could have raped and murdered a girl in his own home, since he could not have overpowered her with such an injury, especially given the complete lack of DNA evidence linking him to the victim's car and the evidence bag. The attorney argued that someone had intentionally framed Denny. The police have a different opinion. When police arrived at Denny's home, he allegedly threw an evidence bag out the window. However, Denny maintained that he did not throw the bag out the window. There were no fingerprints on the bag, and it did not match any trash bags he had at home. Police also did not test the temperature of the bag, making it impossible to determine whether it had been outside for minutes or hours. Meanwhile, Hannah Hill was buried in a family plot in Kentucky the day after her 19th birthday. The trial of Denny Ross began on October 17, 2000. Hannah's friend, Jennifer Edwards, was the first to testify. She described Denny as an unreliable person who could be aggressive and physically violent. Jennifer said that after Hannah disappeared, she visited him. But he claimed that he had not seen Hannah before she disappeared, although in fact, they had met, which meant that he was hiding something. The lawyers argued that the bag had been placed under Denny's house by the real criminal. They stressed that Denny had no motive to kill Hannah. They were not romantically involved, they simply liked each other and had a future together. So why would he kill Hannah, the person he loved, and give up the chance to be with her? The defense argued that the Brad, who was extremely jealous and had previously been violent towards Hannah, might have been driven by jealousy towards Denny, leading him to kill his partner. The defense also pointed to scratches on the Brad's body that he had when he arrived at the police station. He admitted that Hannah had caused the scratches but claimed they occurred before her disappearance. However, this could have been a lie. The police's failure to investigate his statement thoroughly and the prolonged search for Hannah's body could result in significant penalties for police due to negligence. Thus, the defense believed the police were eager to close the case quickly to avoid facing serious consequences. Forensic experts had compelling evidence that the girl had been intimate before her death but were unable to prove this due to the state of decomposition. By the time the body was discovered, it was already quite badly decomposed, making it difficult to draw conclusions. However, the prosecution claimed that the nature of the injuries found on Hannah's body, her position, and the state of her clothing suggested that she had been brutally raped. A chemist analyzed the white substance found on Hannah's lips. The results showed that it was a common compound that could not be definitively linked to Denny. The expert noted that the same material was used in many different products. Therefore, it was impossible to determine with certainty that Denny was involved in the white substance on her lips. Meanwhile, the defense team has been working hard to prevent rape charges against Denny Ross, because under state law, he could face the death penalty for both murder and rape. At the time, the jury found the evidence bag near Denny's house suspicious. They struggled to understand why Denny would have kept the victim's clothes there for a week. Furthermore, if someone threw the open bag from the second floor, there was a chance that the contents would fall out. Instead, the bag lay neatly as if it had been placed there intentionally to attract the attention of the police. As the jury deliberated their verdict, they discovered that a juror had reviewed documents related to Hannah prior to the trial. By law, jurors are not allowed to have third-party information in advance because it could create bias and influence their opinions. As a result, the trial was deemed invalid and a new jury had to be held. However, because the documents declaring Denny Ross innocent of rape had already been signed, he could not be indicted again for the same crime. As a result, the jury was discharged and Denny was granted a temporary release. After a year of probation, the main suspect was sentenced to 25 years in prison after he attacked with a knife and raped another girl, 32-year-old Jennifer. He beat her severely, breaking her collarbone and jaw. The girl pretended to be dead so that he would leave. She immediately contacted the police afterward. It is unknown whether he would have killed her if he had noticed signs of life. Investigators thought that she was very lucky, as Jennifer bore a strong resemblance to the deceased Hannah. Following this, the discussion of the murder of Hannah Hill resumed with renewed vigor. Despite the fact that a man could not be tried twice for the same crime of rape, he could be tried for murder. Therefore, a new trial took place. The only thing he could not be sentenced to was death in court. In addition to the old evidence and witnesses, new ones were discussed. In particular, ex-girlfriends of Dennis spoke, claiming that he inclined them to intimate relations and used violence. Mutual friends of Dennis and Hannah testified that the defendant was obsessed with the deceased and, after the discovery of her body, he boasted that he had slept with her and even strangled her. During the retrial, the prosecution's case was much stronger. DNA testing had advanced significantly since Hannah's death, allowing experts to detect Dennis's DNA in drops of blood on Hannah's trousers and underwear. Dennis's DNA was also found under the fingernails on Hannah's left hand and on the deceased's t-shirt. A witness was found who saw Dennis throwing something out of the window of his apartment. When police discovered the bag with the victim's clothes outside, this witness also stated that she heard screams from Dennis Ross's house on the night of her disappearance and was sure that he was the one who raped and killed the girl. The witness even listened to a phone conversation in which they were discussing Hannah. The state appealed and that decision was overturned. Denny could have faced a retrial and he returned to court in 2012 to face murder charges. The trial also mentioned his attack on Jennifer, who survived and survived. Jennifer said that they met at a bar, had a few beers, and she invited him to her house with friends. However, when they returned, Jennifer began to feel unwell and asked everyone to leave. Everyone left, except Denny, who went upstairs to use the bathroom. After a while, Jennifer went looking for Denny. When she found him, he attacked her, stabbed her in the face, and dragged her down the stairs. He hit her with such force that he broke her jaw and collarbone. Denny threatened to kill her children if she tried to escape. When Jennifer tried to run away, he choked her from behind. He raped her while holding a knife and continued to choke her. Jennifer was shocked when she couldn't breathe and passed out several times. She pretended to be dead, at which point Denny released her but showed no concern for her condition. Denny eventually kicked her several times, but she remained still, and he eventually left. She then called 911. Jennifer spent 6 months recovering in the hospital. In response to his testimony, Denny claimed it was a lie and insisted that they had consensual sex. When asked about Jennifer's injuries, he suggested that she must have fallen or been attacked by someone else, denying any involvement. Denny's father, Alan, defended his son during the trial. He explained that he was at Denny's house when Hannah arrived that night. She was crying and depressed after an argument with her boyfriend. Hannah needed Denny's support, and they talked to each other instead of going out. By the end of the night, she had made it out safely. Alan believed that Hannah may have been attacked outside, but he insisted that it was not his son who hurt her. The prosecution presented a different version of events, claiming that Hannah, upset over an argument with her boyfriend, went to Denny for comfort because she trusted him. They alleged that Denny took advantage of her vulnerability and began harassing her, but she refused. The prosecution raised doubts about Alan's presence in the house, noting that Denny lived alone. With the new evidence, the jury concluded that there was enough evidence to convict him. As a result, Denny Ross was convicted of murder and tampering with evidence. 13 years after Hannah Hill's death, Denny was sentenced to life in prison. He will be eligible for parole in 19 years, when he will be 67 years old. The case of Dickerson family. From the outside, the Dickerson family appeared perfect. They had everything needed for happiness, a loving mother and a devoted father who was willing to do anything for his family's well-being. Although they lived together in a small unit, they harbored many dark secrets that would surprise an outsider. For years, the Dickerson family faced deep-rooted issues that ultimately resulted in brutal murders. This tragic event took place in September 2021. One significant factor that contributed to this horrific outcome was depression, which can be devastating. Today, we will share one of the most heartbreaking stories from the criminal world. Lauren Dickerson, who lived in South Africa. She had a difficult childhood that made it hard for her to connect with teachers and other children. As a result, she often felt isolated and was frequently excluded from holidays and birthday celebrations. This experience contributed to mental health issues that began during her teenage years. Lauren is very anxious and struggles to control her emotions, always seeing threats in everyday situations. Despite her difficulties, she has had a passion for medicine since she was a child. After finishing school, she went to university and eventually became a general practitioner. In the following years, while working, Lauren met Graham, an orthopedic doctor, and they began dating. Despite their different medical specializations, they quickly developed a close bond and fell in love. Graham was outgoing and sociable, which complemented Lauren's more reserved nature. Their relationship seemed harmonious as they balanced each other's weaknesses. With Graham's influence, Lauren became more cheerful and open. They got married in May 2006. At that time, they lived in Pretoria, South Africa, where they built a house on nearly a hectare of land. The house had 4 bedrooms, a gym, a swimming pool. As they started their married life, Lauren shifted her career focus to gynecology and neurological diseases. However, almost from the beginning of her attempts to get pregnant, she decided to put her career on hold to have children. In 2012, Lauren returned to work at the medical center, but she was no longer a practicing physician. Instead, she became a part-time manager and her husband's assistant. The couple faced challenges conceiving due to health issues. Despite these difficulties, they were eager to have children. In 2013, they sought help from fertility specialists. After successful treatment, they welcomed a baby girl named Sarah, but she was born prematurely at 18 weeks. Sadly, Sarah did not survive. The loss was a shock to Lauren, who grieved every day for the next 2 months. The couple continued to consult with fertility specialists but continued to face challenges conceiving. Lauren underwent 17 rounds of IVF, often with low success rates. They eventually decided to use donor eggs and their first daughter, Leanne, was born. The family was very anxious during the pregnancy. Lauren feared another negative outcome and the possibility of losing the baby again. After Leanne was born, Lauren suffered from mental health issues. In 2015, doctors diagnosed her with anxiety, postpartum depression, and major depressive disorder when Leanne was just 18 months old. In response to the situation, Graham took a leave of absence to care for their daughter, and other family members stepped in to help. Following the doctor's advice, Lauren managed her illness with medication. Despite the challenges, the couple remained hopeful about having a second child, and after a few years, Lauren became pregnant again. An ultrasound revealed that she was expecting twins, which excited the parents as their family was set to grow. However, during the examination, they learned that one of the girls had a cleft palate, which caused Lauren significant anxiety. Fortunately, it was later discovered that the condition was not as serious as initially thought, which brought relief to Lauren's family. In 2018, twins Maya and Carla were born earlier than expected when they were in their 5th month. A successful surgery to correct the birth defect was performed. The family handled the ordeal well. After the surgery, Lauren and Graham decided to hire a nanny to help care for the family. The issues surrounding the birth left Lauren feeling anxious and compounded by panic attacks. Her husband Graham described her as an extremely anxious mother, constantly worrying about their children. Lauren was overprotective, often watching their every move, which irritated the kids. Despite these challenges, they managed to overcome many of the difficulties. The Dickinson family was relatively well off, allowing them to hire a maid, gardener, and nanny to help ease the stress on Lauren, who struggled with her mental health. By 2020, the Dickinson family had sold their house and land and moved abroad. They chose to rent a comfortable apartment. This new living situation has significantly improved their family relationships. For the first time in 10 years, Lauren stopped taking antidepressants. By March 2021, she was off all medications and had good mental health. This positive change inspired her to start doing CrossFit at least 3 times a week to stay in shape. In addition, she overcame her eating disorder. This change gave her a more positive outlook on life. Graham noticed positive changes in Lauren and was relieved that she seemed to have overcome her previous health problems. However, their happiness did not last long. By June 2021, Lauren's depression had returned. As a result, Lauren decided to see her psychiatrist again, who prescribed her antidepressants after she described feeling depressed and isolated. The Dickinson family was in a difficult situation. Graham was often home because he did not work, and the children became very attached to him, always wanting him around. As a result, Lauren felt left out and she often argued with her children, who preferred to be with their father. Although they appeared to be a happy family on the surface, things were actually very tense and could explode at any moment. In July 2021, South Africa experienced a series of riots that heightened Lauren's anxiety. The violent protests triggered panic within her family, prompting them to quickly decide to move to New Zealand, which they saw as a quieter and safer place. This move was also strategic, as Graham's parents lived there. However, their hopes were met with numerous challenges. Immigrating under such circumstances carried the risk of being denied a residence permit due to chronic illness or health conditions. To hide her struggles from the authorities, Lauren stopped taking her antidepressants shortly before the move. Her psychiatrist had told her that she was stable and no longer needed medication. Nevertheless, the pressure of the emigration process caused Lauren significant stress, worsened by her insomnia. She was only getting 2 hours of sleep each night because of the increased workload. Before the move, she began taking another medication in August 2021. The Dickinson family left South Africa on August 2nd. Lauren later described the trip as one of the most difficult times of her life, filled with anxiety about their future in New Zealand. Upon arriving in New Zealand, they settled in Timaru, a quiet town of about 30,000. The family's struggles continued. Their living conditions in New Zealand were not much better than in South Africa, with frequent power outages. In addition, Graham had to return to work earlier than expected, adding to the Dickinson family's stress. Graham started working at a hospital in Timaru and started his shift. Lauren hoped that they would have more time to deal with the challenges of moving house and adjusting to a new. Lauren felt overwhelmed with family issues and was left to care for 3 young children on her own without any support. On the appointed day, the Dickinson family went to the immigration office and were selected as potential citizens, while many other families faced rejection. Their application was accepted and they were told to wait for a response. The couple then went to a local Christian school to enroll their child in kindergarten. Graham noticed that during this time, Lauren seemed particularly sad, as if a dark cloud was hanging over her. She seemed far from the cheerful person who shared her life on social media. Even the smallest setback would send her spiraling deeper into depression. During this challenging period, Lauren kept in touch with her new friend Letitia through social media. She attempted to call Letitia, who had recently moved, to invite her to dinner, but her messages went unanswered. Meanwhile, Lauren and her spouse were looking for a rental property, but all the houses within their budget were in poor condition. They were temporarily staying in a house provided by the hospital, which only added to Lauren's stress as she was already feeling overwhelmed. However, on the night of September 14, 2021, Lauren had trouble sleeping. The next day, she had to take Maya and Carla to kindergarten and take Leanne to school. The morning was lively as the children, excited about their early rise and packing, chose their outfits without noticing their Lauren's fatigue. After dropping them off at school, Lauren returned home and lay down to rest. At 10:47 a.m., she received a photo from her kindergarten teacher showing her twins eating lunch at their table. Then Lauren cleaned the house, organizing her belongings because her family had just moved here. After running errands all day, Lauren picked up the girls from daycare and school around 3 p.m. and took them to the playground. Later, at home, Carla threw a tantrum because she missed their dad, who was at work. The other twin, Maya, had recently fallen out of bed and hurt her stitches. The girls cried so much that Lauren felt like a bad mother, trying to comfort them when they ignored her attempts to comfort them. Lauren cooked chicken nuggets for the children, but they were not satisfied with the meal. This led to a breaking point for her. Feeling overwhelmed, Lauren bathed the children and put them to bed around 6 p.m. Although she received several messages from friends in South Africa, she did not have time to reply to all of them. Graham returned home from work, had a quick dinner, and then left for an important meeting at 7 p.m. While he was away, chaos erupted in the house. About 20 minutes after he left, the children began to scream. In an attempt to calm them down, Lauren went to the garage to get some zip ties. Lauren told the children they were going to weave a necklace and placed the zip ties around their necks. No idea what was going on and were happily playing along. However, Leanne was angry with her mother and criticized what she was doing. For Leanne, it was not a game. In a fit of rage, Lauren began suffocating her children with pillows and blankets. She said that she was very sick and would soon die, and that she was killing her children because she was afraid that no one would take care of them. After Lauren believed the children were dead, she attempted to end your life. Lauren cut herself with a knife, but the blade was too dull to cut deeply. Ultimately, she resorted to pills, consuming several large doses of various medications. But these were not enough to end her life. In a moment of confusion, Lauren collapsed on the kitchen floor, lost in her thoughts about her actions. At that moment, Graham came home. He noticed something was wrong with her and asked if she was okay, but she responded in a way he couldn't understand. Sensing something was very wrong, he rushed upstairs to check on the kids. Going up to the room, he hoped everything was okay, but instead, he found the lifeless bodies of his children on the bed. The horrifying reality unfolded before his eyes. In desperation, he sought help. With the help of colleagues at a nearby hospital, he ran out into the street to meet one of them. As he closed the door behind him, the last thing he saw was Lauren lying on the floor with her eyes closed. He didn't know if she was alive. His only concern was his daughters. So he didn't check on Lauren. A friend at the hospital tried to revive the children, but their efforts were in vain. Around 9:40 p.m., neighbors heard a loud noise, which turned out to be a door slamming as Graham rushed outside. Soon after, they heard sobbing and screaming coming from the house. Graham approached the house and admitted that everything was his fault. He was distressed about leaving the children with their mother, who was not mentally stable. Neighbors called emergency services, and the police and ambulance arrived around 10 p.m. Officers discovered the bodies of the murdered children in the house. The twins, Maya and Carla, aged 2, and their 6-year-old, Leanne, had been killed. In the kitchen, police found Lauren alive and conscious. She answered their questions but spoke very softly. The Lauren appeared to be in shock. The police discovered shallow cuts on her hands and forearms. When asked if she had used any illegal drugs that evening, she denied it. Later, police found 9 medication bottles in her trash, along with a package containing hundreds of cable ties. A toxicological examination revealed that her blood did not contain any illegal drugs or alcohol, but it did show high levels of antidepressants, sedatives, and other medications. 40-year-old Lauren was promptly arrested and taken to the hospital for help. The brutal murders of the Dickinson family shocked the local community and then spread throughout New Zealand and South Africa. The nanny who worked for the family was speechless when she heard the news. She struggled to accept that it was true. In an interview, the nanny described Lauren, Graham, and their children as an ideal family, saying that she had never witnessed any arguments or conflicts within their household. The nanny firmly believed that Lauren loved her children deeply. She last saw the children in June 2021, when the Dickinson family was excited about moving to New Zealand. After Lauren was taken into custody, Graham had to return to South Africa because his visa was expiring in December 2021. He later returned to participate in the trial. He communicated with Lauren and found it hard to believe that she had harmed the children. The day after her arrest, Lauren woke up in the hospital. She was in disbelief about her situation and was even more shocked, and the police entered her room and accused her of killing 3 girls. On September 18th, Lauren Dickinson was officially charged with triple murder. Lauren admitted to the crime but stated that she did not want to harm her children. She explained that her actions stemmed from her mental instability and the overwhelming challenges she faced as a mother. Lauren expressed feelings of inadequacy in her parenting, struggling to manage her children, who were often screaming. Eventually, the stress became unbearable for her. She recounted how she killed her children, first Carla, then Leanne, and finally Maya, using pillows and blankets to suffocate them. Although Lauren denied experiencing auditory or visual hallucinations, her lawyer requested a psychiatric evaluation following the preliminary court hearing. During this time, Lauren refused to eat and lost weight, dropping to 47 kilograms. Her physical and mental health issues delayed the case for a month, leading to the rescheduling of the hearing for July 2023, nearly 2 years after the tragic events. In court, Lauren's lawyers sought to focus on her mental health struggles as part of their defense strategy. New Zealand law is very lenient towards those who commit crimes against children, especially in cases of manslaughter, where the offender can receive a suspended sentence. It was important for the defense to show that Lauren's actions were a response to extreme stress, showing that she considered killing her child a form of self-defense. The trial began on July 17, 2023, and lasted 4 weeks. Attorneys have said that Lauren had suffered from years of health problems and struggled with depression. Her mental health struggles led her to consider killing her daughter as a way to deliverance. Tensions had recently escalated between Lauren and her children. They often disobeyed her, which led her to resort to physical punishment and consider sedatives. During the trial, Graham revealed that Lauren had raised concerns about the children's safety on 3 separate occasions, but he had not taken them seriously. Each time he left the house, he felt remorse. In May 2019, Lauren expressed a desire to smother their daughters with pillows. In July 2011, she mentioned wanting to cut their femoral arteries in the bathroom. Despite these alarming statements, they were not considered serious at the time. Lauren has a hard time managing her spoiled twins, expressing her frustration by saying, "Children drive she crazy. They are wild, brazen, and disobedient. She tired of them. She wish I could start over and make different choices." Lauren had to face many difficulties to become a parent, making it difficult for others to believe that she could hurt the children. During the trial, Graham described her difficulties in raising her children. He rarely saw her show affection to her children, and they did not seem to seek her out. This became especially evident when he was home more often and the children clung to him, leaving Lauren without the opportunity to play with them. He sensed something was wrong, but attributed it to her withdrawn personality and inability to participate in fun activities. Graham mentioned that New Zealand did not meet Lauren's expectations. The new country felt completely different from what she had envisioned. This led to a significant cultural shock from everything she encountered. Graham expressed forgiveness towards his wife, believing she was overwhelmed by the challenges she faced. He urged others to forgive her and pray for Lauren. Meanwhile, the prosecutor's office aimed to demonstrate that the triple murder was premeditated. They presented evidence showing that the actions were methodical and intentional, including search engine queries. Though Lauren had repeatedly searched for lethal doses of various medications for children and methods of strangulation. Additionally, she had confided her disturbing plans to family members on several occasions. The prosecutor argued that Lauren was frustrated and angry with her children because she felt unable to manage them and was resentful towards them, believing that the girls negatively impacted her relationship with her husband. Psychiatrists confirmed that Lauren was likely in an unstable mental state at the time of the crime. Experts noted that Lauren was experiencing significant anxiety during this period. On August 14, 2013, the jury began reviewing the evidence in the case, which included hundreds of pages of research reports and documents from police and experts. After initial deliberations, the jury was unable to reach a consensus on Lauren's guilt. They returned to the office to review detailed police footage of the victim's parents, which took more than 15 hours and lasted 2 days. On August 16th, after a hearing at Christchurch, Lauren's attorney, Antui, said the best place for Lauren to serve her sentence was in hospital, a placement that all 3 mental health professionals who evaluated her agreed with. Lauren Dickinson will be detained at hospital pending assessment before a sentencing date is finalized. The case of Lisi family. This story takes place in Modo Visconti, a small town between Milan and Pavia, Italy, with a population of just 6,000. It is a classic, picturesque village where many seek a peaceful life away from the chaos of larger cities, making it a popular place to safely raise children. Typically, crime rates are low in such areas. However, even this peaceful Italian village can harbor horrors. On June 14, 2014, a horrific event unfolded here. Around 2 a.m., a local man ran into the street, screaming for help. He managed to reach a neighbor who had been awakened by the noise. In shock, he explained that his family had been attacked. He told the neighbor that their home had been robbed and everyone inside had been killed, while he had miraculously managed to escape. Appearing to be in a state of shock, he was unable to call emergency services himself, so the neighbors took it upon themselves to make the call and handed him the phone. When neighbors understood what had happened, they realized that the attackers had killed Lisi's wife, his 5-year-old daughter and 1.5-year-old son. Lisi, 31 at the time of the tragedy, had been watching a football match between Italy and England with friends. When Lisi left his home, everything seemed peaceful. However, when he returned after the match, he was horrified to find his house covered in blood. First, he discovered the body of his wife Catherine, then went upstairs and found the bodies of his children in the room. Despite his best efforts to save them, he was unable to save them. The dispatcher instructed the Lissy to check on the victims and assist them, but Lissy outright refused to touch the bodies. The rescue service operator didn't find anything unusual in Lissy's behavior. He was panicking, shocked, crying, screaming, and speaking nonsensically, but his reactions were generally typical for someone in such a situation. Emergency services were dispatched to the scene before the police arrived. Meanwhile, Lissy called his father to talk about the incident. When the police arrived, he and his father were already meeting on the porch of the house. Doctors confirmed the deaths of 38-year-old Catherine and her 2 children. Police arrived at the scene around 4 a.m., where forensic experts were already examining the house for evidence. Initially, it was thought that a gang of robbers had broken in, especially since they had attacked another family a year earlier with knives and had not been caught. However, police quickly ruled out the robbery theory because there were no signs of forced entry or theft. Even a wallet containing money, which was left in plain sight, had not been disturbed. It seemed unlikely that the intruders could have entered and exited the house without leaving a trace unless they were familiar with the victims. The house was unusually clean, with hardly any blood stains that should have been there after an attack. It raised concerns that the criminal had cleaned the entire house, with suspicion naturally falling on Lissy. Statistics show that the people closest to a victim are often the ones who commit the crime. Lissy had fresh, deep cuts on his hands that he couldn't explain. He also discovered the lifeless bodies of his family members, which were already cold, suggesting they had been murdered hours before he went to see his friends. The police observed that he was acting oddly. Lissy struggled to show emotions. He couldn't cry, no matter how hard he tried. He seemed very anxious, glancing around nervously. Since he couldn't produce tears, he stood there in silence, doing nothing, even though his entire family had been brutally killed. It appeared as if he didn't care at all. This behavior aroused suspicion, and as police began questioning him, Lissy's fears became clear. He began pacing the room, scratching his hands and banging on furniture. While this could have been a sign of stress and distress, police suspected something much darker. Doctors recommended treatment for Lissy's arm wound. Later, he was asked to strip down for examination. When he removed his shirt, police discovered drops of blood on his lower back, but his clothes were clean. The police spoke to the neighbors, who reported strange noises and a woman's screams at around 11 p.m., just before Lissy left the house. However, the noises quickly disappeared and the neighbors did not think to call the police. Had they acted sooner, it could have saved the children's lives, as they did not die immediately but bled out over a long period of time. The police observed that the mess in Lissy's house was unusual for a typical robbery. Usually, thieves leave items scattered and broken, but in Lissy's case, many things were untouched and arranged neatly, as if someone had staged. This raised suspicions about Lissy's involvement in the triple murder. Experienced police pieced together the evidence like a puzzle and brought Lissy in for questioning. During the interrogation, Lissy acted unusually, instead of responding to questions. He requested pizza, sweets, and soda. He denied any connection to the crime and stuck to his version of events. After his arrest, Lissy was locked in a cell, where he promptly fell asleep. The next day, he remained calm and even carefree, which was evident in his demeanor. The police decided to investigate Lissy's colleagues, who revealed that he had recently developed strong feelings for an attractive girl named Maria. Lissy became increasingly focused on Maria and made the firm decision to end her relationship with Catherine. During his interrogation, Lissy tried to create an illusion of love and devotion for Catherine. The police were concerned about his mental health. They decided to manipulate his emotions. The police informed Lissy that his new colleagues despised him even more after the deaths of his wife and child, and this tactic worked. It threw Lissy off balance. He lost his temper and exploded in anger. 20 minutes later, he began confessing, after which Lissy was formally charged with murder. The police began gathering information about his family in preparation for the trial. Lissy was born in Kazara as the first child in the family and later had a younger brother. Their father was a strict and demanding man, clearly favoring his youngest son over Lissy, who was often scolded. Lissy felt deeply hurt by this treatment and never found the courage to confront her father. He followed his orders without question, and if he was in a bad mood, Lissy would immediately retreat, knowing that it could lead to more trouble. During his teenage years, Lissy grew fed up with what he had been through as a young man. By the age of 20, he began to show his true character and no longer wanted to hide his feelings or follow his father's orders. At school, he faced bullying and was influenced by his family's expectations, but he persisted in trying to make people happy. This desire to please became a painful struggle, as Lissy often put the needs of others before his own. Lissy faces psychological issues but avoids addressing them, instead choosing to let events unfold naturally. Occasionally, Lissy will engage in arguments, but he is easily overpowered by others. To prevent worsening the situation, he believed he was making the right choice by avoiding any conflict. He felt certain that he would lose in any confrontation, so he chose to remain silent and endure everything. He had been conditioned to value others' opinions over his own. He would laugh when others laughed and felt sad when they were sad. Lissy always tried to present himself well to avoid criticism about his appearance. He started going to the gym to fit in more socially. He was terrified of social rejection, but he hid his insecurities by portraying himself as altruistic and or help others. Lissy's father forced him to study economics at university, leaving him with no other choice. He pursued this path and graduated at 21, securing a consulting job at a large firm in Milan. However, he did not enjoy the job. Despite his dissatisfaction, he stayed in the job due to the high salary and good working conditions. He spent all his free time focused on his career, and while it seemed he was successful, he still did not find fulfillment in it. Feeling the pressure from those around him, including friends who constantly asked when he would find a girlfriend and get married, Lissy began searching for a wife. After 2 years of unsuccessful dating, he finally met his future wife, Catherine. Lissy, 23, and Catherine, 30, their age difference doesn't seem to pose any problems. She's more mature and experienced, often guiding him through their relationship. Catherine sees their relationship as the perfect foundation for starting a family. Catherine is a determined and possessing a strong personality that makes her difficult to manipulate. She's been independent since she was a child. By the age of 20, Catherine supported herself. Although she seemed uncertain about her direction, she was still full of energy. She aspired to pursue acting and further her education. Catherine devotes all her free time to her passion. In contrast to Lissy, the difference between her and Lissy is clear. Catherine shares a relationship with her father based on mutual understanding and respect, while Lissy shares very little with her father. While Catherine was socially active, Lissy was rather introverted. She became an insurance agent at a company in Modo Visconti. She had a successful career and was highly regarded at work. Catherine chose to stay in this small town because it made her feel comfortable. Her family and friends lived nearby, and she found everything she needed in life without any problems. Catherine loved musicals and performed at the Modo Visconti Oratory. During this time, she also developed a love for public speaking, and it was here that she met her future husband, Lissy. Catherine was attracted to him immediately, but their initial meeting did not work out because he was too shy. They met again in 2014. At the time, Catherine was performing on stage, and Lissy seemed to come alive when he looked at her. His friends noticed a change in him. His usually indifferent expression lit up with excitement. It was love. Before this meeting, Lissy had never been in a serious relationship, but he seemed ready to start a family. They started dating and their relationship quickly developed. A few months later, when things became more serious, they introduced each other to Catherine's parents. Catherine's family had mixed feelings about her choice of partner. They had hoped for someone more experienced and outgoing. However, her parents ultimately supported her decision. Catherine felt that Lissy was the perfect person to start a family with. Lissy's family was very supportive of his choice. They liked Catherine because she was smart, cheerful, energetic, determined, and capable of taking care of him. His father especially appreciated these qualities, which made Lissy happy. The father was very happy that his son finally found a girlfriend. His father gifted the couple a house. It was a small but cozy place in the countryside, perfect for starting their family life together. Soon after, the couple got married and later, they welcomed children. However, this story does not have a happy ending. After their marriage, Lissy's true nature began to emerge in an unusual way. He began to cheat on his wife. His good looks made it easy for him to meet new women without feeling guilty. At the time, Catherine was completely unaware of his affair, as he worked in Milan, far from their family home. Lissy had affairs with many different women and became adept at being charming and fun, making many of them want to pursue a serious relationship with him. And as soon as the idea of a serious relationship was mentioned, he would end things with his mistress and quickly start seeing someone new. He never revealed to any of them that he was married and had children. He pursued attractive women, often initiating relationships with female colleagues at work. He showed little regard for privacy during his extramarital activities in Milan. His reckless lifestyle was well known to many of his friends and acquaintances. After 7 years of marriage, Catherine welcomed her second child. However, in 2009, she discovered that Lissy had been unfaithful and had been acting recklessly in the lawn. Despite this betrayal, Catherine was determined to keep her family together and did her best to strengthen her relationship with her husband. Although there were signs that Lissy had considered divorce several times, she repeatedly urged him to stay for the sake of the children. In fact, Lissy cheated on her the first time before the wedding. Just a week before their wedding, while Catherine was volunteering at the Red Cross, Lissy went out with friends to a strip club, celebrating a bachelor party. During this outing, a woman showed interest in him, and his friends encouraged him to spend the night with as a last fun before marriage. He finally agreed. The next day, he confessed to Catherine that he enjoyed being single and admitted that he was not ready for marriage or a serious relationship. Heartbroken, Catherine packed her things and moved in with her parents. However, the next day, Lissy returned, apologized to her and her family, and begged her to come back. Catherine forgave him and they eventually married. Friends say he loved spending time with his children and playing with them, but he never showed affection. Those who knew him never saw him kiss or hug his son and daughter. His life was filled with lies that were obvious to both him and those around him. When a new employee joined the company where Lissy worked, he and the girl started a relationship. But the girl did not want to be the reason for the breakup, especially because it would leave the two young children without a father. Meanwhile, Lissy was haunted by his unrequited love. This frustration led him to come up with a dark plan. Despite the objections of his colleagues, Lissy decided to end his marriage to Catherine. However, he was too afraid to approach his wife and discuss it, fearing that another conflict would arise and complicate things even more. He knew that he would not be able to resist her pleas to stay together for the sake of the children. Therefore, Lissy believed that using a knife would be the solution to her problems. Police discovered relevant search queries in his browser. Initially, Lissy was looking for a divorce lawyer, also looking for a way to end her relationship quickly without professional help. Lissy then began searching for knife murder methods. This led him to a news story about a knife robbery that had occurred in their neighborhood a year earlier, which sparked the idea of staging a robbery to throw the investigation off course. On June 14, 2014, Lissy woke up with the intention of killing his entire family. It had been only a week since Lissy had started searching online for ways to kill his loved ones, and he had finally decided to carry out the horrific act. Throughout the day, he maintained the facade of a devoted family man. It was a typical Saturday for a couple with children. They went shopping together, went to a store to project an image of a happy relationship, and enjoyed family activities. It seemed like he had planned the perfect farewell weekend for them. In the evening, Catherine prepared a delicious dinner and they enjoyed it together. Afterwards, Lissy planned to visit friends to watch the football match between Italy and England. He chose this date and event as the perfect alibi. Lissy staged a massacre. Many people would be out watching the match at parties and bars, making it the perfect time to stage the robbery. After dinner, the couple put the children to bed. Lissy said goodnight to them. The couple then had sex in the living room. Around 11 p.m., Lissy told his wife that he was going to visit friends. Instead of getting dressed, he went into the kitchen in just his underwear and grabbed the largest knife in the house. He returned to the living room where Catherine was watching TV and talking to him. Lissy then approached her from behind and stabbed her in the neck, thinking that Catherine would die instantly. However, she got up and ran away. After a few steps, he caught up with her and continued stabbing her repeatedly without stopping. After stabbing Catherine 5 times deep into her chest and abdomen until she showed no signs of life, he then went into his eldest daughter's room. Despite the noise and the slightly open door, she was still fast asleep. He approached her and stabbed her once in the neck. Next, Lissy entered the room of their second child, who was 20 months old at the time. Like his sister, little boy slept soundly. Little boy also died from a stab wound to the neck. However, Lissy's plan was not over yet. He went down to the basement where the bathroom was located. There, he showered to wash away any evidence of the triple murder and got dressed. Unfortunately for him, he made a mistake. He was wearing the same panties he wore to kill his children and wife. Lissy cleaned up the house and staged a robbery. He threw things around the house, threw a knife down the drain, and then calmly went to meet his friends to watch a long-awaited match as if nothing had happened. When his friends later learned of the murder, they were shocked, not only because Lissy's image as a perfect husband and father had been shattered, but also because of his calm and nonchalant attitude while watching the match. He clearly showed no concern or remorse for his actions. To add to his alibi, he sent several messages to Catherine discussing the game score. At 2 a.m., Lissy returned to the crime scene, acting as if it were a normal day. He parked his car in the garage, changed into his indoor shoes and went into the kitchen. There, he saw the chaos he had created and even recorded a short video. In the video, he claimed that he had come home to find a robbery had taken place. In the video, he enters the living room and finds his wife lying in a pool of blood. In shock, he screams and runs outside to get help. However, he does not go upstairs to check on the children. Normally, an innocent person would try to help a loved one, check their pulse or make sure the children are okay. Instead, Lissy avoids approaching his wife and children, which raises suspicions against him in court. Lissy calmly explained his reasons for his actions. When asked why he did not divorce his wife to protect her and the children, he said that after the divorce, he would have to pay child support. He believed that his new partner, Maria, would not accept them, creating more complications. He felt that having his daughter and son around would be a burden. In addition, he did not want to deal with the division of their joint assets. Therefore, he decided to completely free himself from these responsibilities. The investigation into Lizzie's family murders was straightforward. He had confessed, his motive was clear, and the evidence was solid. The main issue in the trial was to determine whether his actions were intentional. His online search history suggested they were. A week later, while awaiting trial, Lizzie was taken for a psychological evaluation. It was possible that he may not have been fully aware of his actions. Experts determined that Lizzie was sane and fit to stand trial. During the trial, he chose not to have a lawyer, believing that fighting for his freedom was unnecessary. Lizzie was sentenced to life imprisonment, which he initially accepted. However, after starting his sentence, his feelings may have shifted. He declined legal representation and filed an appeal, but soon after, he sent another letter withdrawing the appeal and stating that he believed the sentence was fair. Although it may seem odd, Lizzie's refusal was not surprising. Throughout his life, he had never been one to fight for anything. Now, in prison, he found himself in an environment where he didn't have to make decisions or strive for anything. He could simply be passive and quiet. Prisoners followed a daily routine and adhered to specific rules, which seemed to suit Lizzie well. In Lizzie's trial, the judge found Lizzie guilty of attempted triple murder. He was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 30 years. He has been in prison for over 4 years now. Lizzie is considered a model prisoner. His cellmates and guards say that he seems genuinely remorseful for his actions. The case of Amber Dubois and Chelsea King. Amber Dubois had just celebrated her 14th birthday. She was born in December, and both of her parents cherished her. In 1999, her parents separated, and she chose to live with her mother. However, she maintained regular contact with her father, Morris, and visited him later on. Her mother married Dave Cave, and together they had another daughter named Allison. The mother and her daughters shared a strong bond. Amber had a good relationship with her stepfather, whom she regarded as a second father, and he affectionately referred to her as his daughter. They all lived together in Dave's house as a tight-knit family. Amber was a girl who loved reading and writing stories. She eagerly consumed books and was not interested in the typical activities that girls her age usually enjoyed. She didn't care for shopping for makeup and clothes, and boys held no appeal for her at that time. Instead, she was passionate about studying. Amber frequently attended extra classes at school because she had set herself a challenging goal to master the curriculum ahead of schedule, and she was well ahead of her classmates. Her greatest passion was animals. She nurtured this love in many ways, from reading books to visiting various zoos and exhibitions. She adored all creatures, from insects to elephants, regardless of their appearance or size. Amber wrote detailed accounts of her experiences with these animals in her diary. This passion evolved from a hobby into a dream of becoming a marine biologist, focusing on animal behavior. Amidst this, she was excited about the opportunity to join a school program called Farmers of the Future, where students could acquire a farm animal. Amber was eager to buy a lamb. Amber's mother and stepfather were not very wealthy, but she strongly urged them to support her project financially. Although they were hesitant at first, they eventually agreed under her persuasion and gave her about $200 for a lamb. However, they wanted to make sure Amber understood the responsibilities that came with this decision. Her mother suggested Amber write a sort of business plan outlining the steps to achieve her goal. Amber wrote a thorough letter that spanned over 2 pages. Recognizing her understanding of the project, her mother agreed to help her carry out the plan. The Amber was excitedly awaiting the day she could pick up her little lamb, whom she had named Lynette. On Friday, February 13th, 2009, Amber woke up and prepared for school, packing a receipt for the lamb in her backpack. She walked to school every day, taking a short 10-minute route. However, that day, she did not return home as expected. Her stepfather was the first to notice. Initially, Dave thought she might be spending time with animals or had already gone to pick up her lamb and simply lost track of time. He searched the area around their home but couldn't find her and called out her name, receiving no response. Concerned, he contacted the farmer from whom Amber was supposed to buy the lamb. But the farmer informed him that she had not visited. Next, he called his wife to tell her what had happened. In a state of panic, she quickly called her daughter but received no response. The mother then asked Dave to check both the club and the school for their daughter. He got into his car and drove to the club first, but the staff there informed him that they hadn't seen Amber. Next, he went to her high school, hoping she might still be there, perhaps staying late to take care of her animal or to work on a project. However, when he spoke to the girl's teacher, he was met with a shocking revelation. The teacher informed him that Amber had not attended school that day. Suddenly, it felt like the ground had disappeared beneath him, and his panic escalated, especially when her mother learned about her daughter's absence from school. Amber was an outstanding student, diligent, intelligent, and humble. She worked hard every day to achieve her goal of finishing school early. Under no circumstances could she skip school voluntarily, which led her mother to worry about the worst possible scenarios. On that particular day, Amber was also excited because she was finally going to get her own lamb, a dream she had cherished for a long time. Despite their fears, they held on to hope that she would be found soon. Amber's mother immediately called the police to report her missing. She cried on the phone, pleading with them to start the search for her daughter right away, and they quickly launched an investigation. Meanwhile, her mother took time off work and hurried home to search for Amber. She also informed Amber's biological father, who joined the search as well. Police officers arrived at their home and spoke with Amber's Dave and mother. They described Amber as a shy, home-loving girl who was focused on her studies and loved animals. They emphasized that she was not a troublemaker and had very few friends, making it unlikely that she had run away. Police examined Amber's belongings and concluded that she had not escaped from home. All her possessions and money were left behind, so the police decided to visit her school. They followed the route Amber took daily for many years, hoping to find clues about her whereabouts. It was suspected that she might have been meeting someone before she vanished, but they found no evidence along the way. The police then spoke to the Amber's classmates, who confirmed that she was very focused on her studies and rarely interacted with anyone. She didn't go to parties or have friends or a boyfriend, making it difficult for them to understand where she could have gone. The police also reviewed Amber's online searches and contacts, suspecting she might have engaged with a dangerous person who could have lured her into a trap. However, her search history only included harmless queries about animals, with nothing that raised any red flags. In a desperate effort to find the missing person, police sought help from the public, hoping to receive useful clues. They distributed posters and flyers with Amber's picture. With the help of many city residents, police received valuable information. Several witnesses reported seeing a girl resembling Amber on the morning of February 13th, walking alone on her way to school. One witness noted that she was wearing a sweatshirt because of the cool, light rain that morning. Soon after, another witness came forward. A family friend had driven her daughter to school, and her children were friends. At that time, she saw Amber walking and talking to a boy she did not recognize. The woman chose not to interrupt their conversation and continued driving. She described the boy as having dark skin and a round face, but she could not see him clearly. This was the only clue the police had. They focused on this information to try to identify the boy, but none of Amber's classmates could identify him. They then deployed bloodhounds to follow Amber's scent, leading the search party to Escato High School and along the highway to the remote Pala Indian Reservation. After the scent trail ended, the mother insisted that they had never been to the area and that Amber would not have gone there on her own, raising suspicions that someone had deliberately brought her to that location. News of Amber's disappearance quickly spread throughout the community and attracted significant media attention. This prompted many volunteers to form search parties and visit police stations to offer help. Eventually, the FBI became involved in the investigation. Agents first focused on known criminals in the area with a history of violent sex crimes, conducting over 500 interviews. Unfortunately, this effort did not yield any useful information. Police also re-examined Amber's home using luminol to look for blood, but found no signs of a struggle. They also reviewed all available surveillance footage along Amber's route, but although she appeared on several cameras, none captured the moment she disappeared. Time passed, and the police still had no valuable leads. Search teams could not find any clues. From all the information gathered, the police could only identify one suspect, Dave. This suspicion arose from the beginning of the investigation. His story seemed fabricated. The police closely examined the family and found an atmosphere of love and understanding. However, Dave had problems with his teenage stepdaughter, Amber. He felt that she should spend more time with the family, while she preferred to focus on her studies, participate in club activities, and spend time alone at home. Dave provided a confusing account of his activities on that fateful Friday. He claimed he didn't go to work, which was unusual for him. Instead, he attended a personal training session, returned home, and then left again. His inconsistent statements raised suspicion with the police. He also visited his wife at her workplace to give her chocolate-covered strawberries as a Valentine's Day gift, an unexpected gesture since it was the first time he had done something like that in their relationship. Additionally, he did not check the answering machine when he got home, which was unlike him. It seemed that Dave was preoccupied with something else, a fact that his wife noticed, remarking that his behavior that day was out of character. The police conducted a detailed investigation into the suspect's identity, but found no incriminating evidence. Eventually, they invited him to the station for several tests, including a lie detector test, which he accepted. Dave was asked to remove his shirt for an examination for scratches, but none were found. Furthermore, he passed 8 polygraph tests. As a result, Dave was ruled out as a suspect. Months passed without any news of Amber. Her mother could not shake the fear that Dave might be involved in Amber's disappearance. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, she packed her belongings, took her 7-year-old daughter, Allison, and left Dave. Worried about Allison's safety, she took an extended leave from work and kept a close watch on her daughter. The mother felt lost and hopeless. She hoped that Amber was still alive, but deep down, she knew that the chances were slim. In her desperation, she considered hiring a private investigator, using a dog, and even consulting a psychic to find clues about her daughter. The grief overwhelmed her, and without thinking it through, she suddenly left for Mexico with Allison after a stranger claimed to have seen Amber there. The mother traveled around the city handing out flyers and interviewing people to raise awareness about her missing daughter. Amber's biological father, Morris, was also determined to find her. He quit his job and spent all his savings on the search. The situation took a toll on him, but he persevered. The public response to Amber's disappearance was huge, leading to numerous newspaper articles and several films being made about her case. The entire country was shocked by Amber's disappearance. The number of witnesses contacting the police with various pieces of information increased, but none of this information was helpful to the investigation or provided valuable leads. On February 13, 2010, Amber's family held a fundraising event at a high school to support the ongoing search efforts, which they desperately needed. During the event, police representatives announced that there had been no progress in the investigation and that Amber was still missing. The community rallied around Amber's mother, expressing outrage that the perpetrator was still at large. On February 25, 2010, An unexpected event occurred when 17-year-old Chelsea King disappeared from Po, a town just a 10-minute drive from Esca. Born in 1992, Chelsea had a younger brother named Tyler and was known for her intelligence, strong academic performance, and love for animals. She aspired to attend college and had already received several invitations, with teachers predicting a bright future for her in the sciences. Chelsea was also an avid runner and was out for a cross-country training run on the morning of her disappearance. However, she never returned home. By midday, her family realized she was missing and couldn't reach her by phone. What worried them most was not just her absence, but that she was ignoring their calls and messages, something she had never done before. Concerned for Chelsea's safety, Chelsea's relatives contacted the police, prompting a large-scale search for her. Police learned from the parents of the Chelsea that she had left home and driven to Burn Ranch Park in San Diego, a well-known spot for walking and recreation. While heading to the park to search for her, Chelsea's parents communicated with the police and provided a statement at the scene. They located their daughter's car parked in the lot, with her phone ringing inside, but Chelsea was missing. Following these developments, many volunteers joined the search efforts. In a wooded area, the Chelsea's socks and underwear were discovered discarded along a path about 3 kilometers from her car. This raised suspicions that a new victim of abduction may have experienced sexual abuse. There had been no news about Amber until her parents learned of this new case. Immediately, they traveled to the park where the incident occurred to assist in the search. Amber's parents believed these cases were related and felt it was their responsibility to support Chelsea's family. They aimed to collaborate in the effort to capture the dangerous criminal threatening the girls. Specially trained dogs participated in the operation, tracking a trail that led to Lake Hodges, situated near the park. This location became the focus of their search efforts. Soon after, they discovered additional items of clothing belonging to the athlete, specifically her sports top and one sneaker. As the search progressed, police reviewed the timeline of events and the most recent crime reports concerning the disappearances of girls. They were already aware of Amber's disappearance and sought out similar cases of attacks in the area from the past few years. A few months before Chelsea disappeared, a stranger attacked another girl who was jogging. This incident occurred on December 22, 2009, involving 22-year-old Candace Mankale, who was running on her usual route near where Chelsea's clothes were later found. During her jog, a stranger suddenly grabbed Candace and threw her to the ground, trying to overpower her. She quickly realized that he intended to rape her. Candace fought back and screamed for help. After this, Candace managed to escape and struck the assailant in the nose with her elbow. The attacker screamed in pain and covered his face, giving her a few seconds to get away. The Candace immediately called the police to report the attempted rape. At that time, the investigation into Candace's case was still ongoing, but police lacked any leads. The police revisited the description of the rapist provided by the survivor. He appeared to be between 23 and 26 years old, fair-skinned with dark hair, and of large build. Meanwhile, the police received analysis results from Chelsea's belongings, which had been found in a wooded area. These results led to a significant breakthrough in the investigation. 2 different DNA profiles were identified on the clothing. The first matched Chelsea, but the second did not belong to her. This DNA profile was quickly entered into the police database, and forensic scientists soon made a 100% match. The DNA was linked to John Albert Gardner, known criminal with a history of sexual violence. Given this connection, police immediately began searching for him in relation to Chelsea's case. The John lived near Bernard's Ranch at the time of his arrest on February 28, 2010. He was 31 years old. Police first examined the John's properties. He owned and rented a significant amount of real estate, but they found no evidence of the Chelsea in any of these locations. After his arrest, The John requested a lawyer and refused to speak with police, which shortchanged the police of valuable time. Despite this setback, there was still hope that Chelsea was alive. The team began to closely analyze the John's profile to determine where he might have taken Chelsea after the kidnapping. John Albert Gardner was born in 1979 in California. He had a challenging childhood, as he frequently moved with his parents. His father struggled with alcoholism and was abusive towards both John and his mother. Additionally, John revealed that he experienced sexual harassment from a female family member, although he did not disclose her identity, stating it was not his mother. John's mother later noted that he had mental health issues from a young age. He spent time in a specialized clinic and took about 20 different medications, but none were effective. John was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and attention deficit syndrome, which caused his mood to fluctuate drastically. In stable moments, he was friendly and cheerful, but he could quickly become volatile when his darker tendencies emerged. In the year John was arrested, he invited a 30-year-old neighbor to his home to watch a movie. Instead of just watching a film, he began to harass her and then attacked and beat her. Fortunately, she survived the assault, managed to escape from his house, and reported him to the police. As a result, John was charged and sentenced to 6 years in prison. Psychiatrists believed he would continue to be a danger to society, yet he was given the opportunity for rehabilitation after his release. One psychiatrist even requested the maximum sentence for someone so dangerous. Despite this, John received a much shorter sentence and was released on parole after just 4 years. Following his release, he violated the terms of his parole dozens of times, but the police took no action. John stopped attending the meetings required by his parole, and there was a victim of one of his attacks who could identify him. However, Candace was visiting her parents for Christmas and was unavailable for questioning. As a result, police decided to visit her and brought 6 photographs. One photo was of the captured rapist, while the other 5 showed men who resembled John. When Candace saw the photo of John, she confidently identified him. All the evidence points to him, although John and his lawyers deny his involvement in Chelsea's disappearance. They cannot explain why his DNA was found on her underwear in the park. Police found it nearly impossible to communicate with the John. He would sit in silence, fixated on one spot, completely ignoring the police. Then, without warning, he would either scream in anger or laugh uncontrollably. At one point, John posed a critical question to the police, hinting that there might be other victims involved in the case. This was the first mention of a girl during the interrogation. The police had not yet investigated the John's connection to the disappearance of 14-year-old Amber, but John's question strongly suggested that his list of victims included not only Chelsea and Candace but also Amber. The police later learned that he had lived near Amber's home when she went missing. However, police chose not to inform the John that they suspected him in Amber's case. Instead, they passed this information to the department that had been investigating Amber's disappearance for over a year. Police worked together to unravel the details of the case. 5 days after the search for Chelsea King began, her body was discovered on March 2, 2010, on the southeast shore of Lake Hodges. She was buried in a shallow grave near the water. Chelsea had been raped and strangled, and male DNA found on her body was that of John Gardner. With this evidence, police were able to charge him with Chelsea's rape and murder, as well as the attempted rape of Candace. The final step was to establish his connection to Amber's disappearance. They continued gathering information and applying pressure on the suspect. John realized that the police would eventually uncover the truth, so he followed his lawyer's advice and decided to strike a deal to reduce his sentence by revealing the location of Amber's body. His only condition was that the fact he disclosed the grave of Amber would not be revealed during the trial. The prosecution accepted this condition. Following John's instructions, they went to Palu, which is near Iskandar. This area was only a few kilometers from where search dogs had previously alerted near an old water tower. The John indicated a spot on the ground, and they started digging. They eventually discovered a human body and retrieved the remains for examination. Dental records confirmed that the remains belonged to the missing Amber. By this time, the body had severely decomposed. Due to an agreement with the suspect, the prosecution was unable to reveal that John had pointed out the location of Amber's grave. As a result, they could not bring charges against him in connection with the case of schoolgirl Amber. Her family was devastated by this news. They had still held on to hope that their daughter was alive and would come home. Amber's family could not understand why John would kill Amber, especially since they had never hurt anyone. Chelsea's family also experienced similar pain over the murder of their daughters. Amber's parents were furious. They could not understand why the obvious culprit in their daughter's murder was not punished for his actions. However, the police gathered enough evidence to convict him of Chelsea's murder, which was a small but significant victory for the prosecutor's office. The prosecution even expected to achieve the death penalty for the brutal killer. Testimony, DNA evidence, and the victim's body strongly supported the prosecutor's case. However, there was a chance that Amber's case might never be officially resolved. To move forward, a plea deal was proposed involving the Chelsea family, and Amber agreed to this arrangement, which would lead to a guilty verdict for 2 murders. They proposed that John avoid the death penalty in exchange for confessing to the rape and attempted murder of Candace. The deal would save his life, and John promised to consider it. Amber's mother then asked to see John at the hospital. During their meeting, John recounted how, that morning, he had seen a pretty 14-year-old girl who strayed from her usual path to school to meet another girl. However, she never reached her destination. John stopped and threatened her with a gun, forcing her into his car. He then took her to a secluded area, where he raped her and began to strangle her. Despite her pleas for her life, he showed no mercy and strangled her, hiding the body afterward. After John finished telling his story, the mother of the Amber stood up and left without saying a word. She was too overwhelmed to respond. She realized that she had been wrong to suspect Dave of kidnapping Amber. Dave forgave her for her previous resentment and suspicions. Eventually, the families were able to bury their daughters. In May 2010, John Gardner received 2 life sentences without the possibility of parole for the murders of the 2 girls, along with an additional 25 years for attacking Candace. John expressed remorse and stated that he felt guilty for his actions. Following this, he began experiencing mental health issues and sought medical treatment. After several years, Amber's mother was finally able to forgive her daughter's killer, which brought her relief and closure. This event had a significant impact on society, leading to changes in legislation regarding sexual assault offenders. Penalties, including fines and prison sentences, were increased, and the requirements for supervision after release were strengthened. Additionally, the conditions for parole for these offenses were re-evaluated. The case of Andrea Del Vesco. Andrea Del Vesco was born in Chicago, USA, in 1994. Her parents, Arthur and Leslie. Her older brother, James, was 2 years old at her birth, and her younger sister, Alexis, was born 4 years later. The family was happy and loving, moving several times before settling in Austin, Texas. Andrea's mother, Leslie, studied financial marketing at Southern Methodist University. She worked for American Airlines and then as a customer service manager in the mortgage division of Citibank. After her family was grown, she quit her job to become a stay-at-home mom. Andrea's father, Arthur, managed the family's assets as the owner of an investment firm. His hard work helped the family become quite wealthy, allowing them to live comfortably. The family's wealth enabled them to send all their children to university. Before that, The children attended a private school with a rigorous academic program taught by the best teachers in the state. From an early age, they engaged in a wide range of activities, from sports to religion, which helped instill high moral values in them. Andrea excelled academically, played sports, and developed in a well-rounded manner. She loved visiting museums and learning about art. She is kind and caring towards those around her. She has a particularly close relationship with her mother. From a young age, Andrea and her family traveled a lot, which broadened her horizons and exposed her to many different people and cultures. As she grew up, Andrea became her parents' hope and pride. In 2012, after finishing school, she applied to several educational institutions simultaneously. Her parents hoped she would attend the University of Chicago, where her older brother was studying, and for a while, Andrea preferred this option too. However, she decided to wait until she received responses from all the schools she applied to before making a decision. Ultimately, she chose the psychology department at the University of California, Los Angeles. By 2022, this university was ranked among the best in America. It has always been highly regarded and prestigious, with highly qualified teachers and a strong scientific and technical foundation. This choice reassured her family. Andrea then moved to Los Angeles to attend school. Her parents were happy with her decision and supported her choice, although they were worried that she would be too far away. Her brother would no longer be able to take care of her. With the support of her family, she began her new life. Upon arrival, Andrea needed to choose a club to join, which helped her develop lasting friendships and gain support from more experienced students. To become a full member, one usually needed to pass a test and make a small donation. The student community was very close-knit, with many students living so openly that they left their doors unlocked, allowing them to visit each other freely. Although it was generally safe, incidents could still occur. Andrea happily joined the club. She had a great sense of humor, was good-looking, and dressed well. Her impeccable style made her popular. She also created many extravagant outfits that amazed everyone. Andrea was the center of attention at any party. However, she balanced her social life with her studies. After completing her freshman year, she got a job as a paralegal at a law firm in Brentwood, handling administrative tasks. This job did not fit her schedule, so she found a new part-time job. She kept changing jobs to better balance her work and studies, allowing her to have pocket money and not have to depend on her parents. Andrea continued her student life until she graduated in 2015. She always dreamed of traveling after finishing her studies. As her senior year approached, she lived in a dormitory just 5 minutes away from the main university building. This dorm is a great place for students, hosting many sorority parties and university events. Andrea shares her living space with her sorority friends and a small dog she adopted from a rescue. She loves her pet so much that she even has a social media page dedicated to posting cute pictures of it. One day, the dog goes missing, leaving Andrea devastated as she searches frantically for it. Luckily, her beloved dog is found 5 days later. In September, Andrea is preparing to start her senior year of college, with classes scheduled to begin on September 24th. However, the fall semester officially starts on the 21st. On the 19th, she shares one of her favorite music videos on her social media page. The very next day, September 20th, 2015, is the last day before the girls in the club return to school. Everyone was having fun on the balcony of the apartment building. Andrea was at a club activity until 3 in the morning with her friend Jessica. Jessica then went to her bedroom around 3:30 and went to sleep, while Andrea lay on the couch in the living room. However, Andrea could not sleep that night. A few hours later, Samantha, another neighbor, came running to Andrea's door, screaming about a fire. Andrea's door was closed, which was unusual because she always left her room open for her friends in the club. Samantha tried to open the door but couldn't, so she called the other girls to help. Together, with great difficulty, they managed to open the door and found the room filled with smoke and fire. They found Andrea lying motionless on the bed but could not call her because of the danger. Realizing that they could not safely enter the room, the girls evacuated and called 9 people at a time. They waited on the sidewalk for help. Later, the fire truck arrived at the scene. Firefighters quickly used hoses to extinguish the fire on the second floor. A total of 32 firefighters worked to effectively extinguish the fire. After the incident, rumors spread among the students that Andrea was dead, as she had not escaped the building and was not seen. When the firefighters finally entered the room, they found the body of a woman lying on her bed. During the investigation, the police determined that the fire started in Andrea's bedroom. At the scene, the police were unable to identify the deceased because her face was disfigured by the fire. They were only able to confirm that it was a female body. Fingerprints could not be taken because her hands were too badly burned. Surprisingly, the girl's small dog was found by firefighters. The dog was severely burned, barely breathing at the feet of its owner. However, it was later decided to euthanize the dog to reduce its suffering. After the incident, the dormitory students were relocated to different housing while repairs started on the burned building. The girls were frightened, leading the university to enhance campus security. Everyone believed that Andrea was the victim of the fire since all other students were confirmed safe during roll call. They reported seeing Andrea lying on her bed in the room that was on fire and were puzzled as to why she did not get up and leave. They found it odd and speculated that she might have lost consciousness, suffocated from carbon monoxide, or had already died. Andrea's parents returned to Austin from a long trip, unaware of what had happened to their daughter. They began to worry when Andrea did not reach out to them, and their attempts to contact her were unsuccessful. Concerned, her mother called one of their neighbors and learned about the fire, which might have involved Andrea. However, the police had not yet confirmed the identity of the body found at the scene. The entire family gathered to pray for Andrea's safety and traveled to Los Angeles. Meanwhile, police began investigating the case. They discovered that Jessica, Andrea's neighbor, was the last person to communicate with her before the tragedy. Police planned to interview Jessica to gather details about their last conversation, hoping she might have witnessed something important. Police interviewed Jessica to learn how the fire started, but her answers were not helpful. She quickly stated that she saw nothing and had no idea what caused the fire. Friends from the sisterhood, who also spoke with the police, suggested that Andrea may have accidentally fallen asleep with an aromatic candle still lit. They were convinced that the fire was not set intentionally, as Andrea had no enemies or anyone who wished her harm. To verify this theory, a detailed examination of the incident scene was needed. Initially, they inspected electrical appliances and outlets for any short circuits, but everything appeared to be in order. No candles were found at the scene, and the only item that raised suspicion was the trash can located at the head of the bed. Experienced firefighters speculated that this could be the starting point of the fire. However, friends and members of the sisterhood confirmed that Andrea never slept near the trash can, which was typically placed at the opposite end of the room. Unfortunately, the contents of the can could not be identified without a detailed chemical analysis, as everything was completely destroyed. Forensic experts specializing in arson were called in to investigate. 2 hours after the fire was put out, police were convinced that it was not accidental. The critical piece of evidence was a metal trash can, which someone could have used to pour flammable liquid and ignite a fire. The flames originated near the head of the girl's bed and spread throughout the room. Forensic experts confirmed their suspicions when it was clear that the fire was intentionally set. The investigation at the crime scene intensified. Forensic experts found a large number of traces of blood splashes on the bed and around it, with most of the stains surviving the fire. Police were concerned when neighbors reported trying to call the Andrea as they entered her room at the start of the fire, but she did not respond and was found lying motionless. They feared she was already dead and suspected that the perpetrator had set the fire to destroy evidence. By this time, the police had already pieced together a rough timeline of the events from that tragic evening. They interviewed many students, focusing mainly on the roommates. According to the roommates, a group of girls had been chatting on the balcony before entering the apartment building. The last confirmed sighting of Andrea alive was at 5:50 a.m. Samantha, her roommate, was preparing for work on campus and saw that Andrea was sleeping on the couch in the living room at that time. Samantha left for work and returned around 6:30 a.m., but Andrea was no longer on the couch. She had gone to her room, but this time her door was closed, which was unusual for her. This behavior struck Samantha as odd, and she wondered why Andrea had suddenly gone to her room and shut the door, especially after being fast asleep before. Feeling concerned, Samantha noted this difference when she then saw the fire. While talking to other students in the dorm, the police discovered a significant clue. A girl named Sarah returned to her room around 5:30 a.m. after dropping her boyfriend off at the airport. Her apartment was directly above Andrea's room. Since it was still dark at that hour, Sarah noticed a male figure as she tried to open her front door. The building was for women, but it wasn't unusual for guys to visit their girlfriends, so she didn't think much of it at first. However, she became alarmed when the man immediately ran away upon seeing her, as if he was trying to hide. This frightened and confused her. She described the man as wearing a black baseball cap, a black and white t-shirt, and dark jeans. Feeling scared, Sarah hurried into her room and locked the door. Once inside, she quickly texted her boyfriend to tell him about the suspicious man she had seen. Unsure whether he posed a threat or if she should contact the police, she shared her concerns. Her boyfriend reassured her that it was likely just someone visiting, suggesting there was no need to panic. Later, Sarah went to bed, but around 6:15, she was awakened by a woman's scream and the frantic barking of a dog from the room below her, where Andrea lived. This startled her, especially since the dog had never barked before and usually stayed calm. She realized something was wrong downstairs. Sarah tried to reach Andrea to check on her, but couldn't get in touch. She called 911, but the emergency services didn't take her seriously because the area was known for its student parties and noise. Still, a patrol car was dispatched to the dormitory. The police arrived around 6:23 but left a few minutes later without updating Sarah on their findings. They reported seeing nothing unusual, no person, no barking dog, and no screams. They only shined their flashlights into Andrea's room from the street without conducting a thorough investigation. Believing that someone might have had too much to drink or had an argument that upset the dog, the police decided to leave. Meanwhile, Sarah was watching from the window and tried calling Andrea, but no one answered. She also tried to contact the other girls in the building, but it seemed that everyone was asleep. After the police left, she heard a loud bang at around 6:45 a.m. Sarah rushed to the balcony and looked down, seeing thick smoke rising. She also spotted a stranger in a black and white t-shirt jumping from the balcony below. Panicking, Sarah feared that the man had harmed Andrea. She quickly grabbed her phone and called 911 to report the situation, then ran downstairs, where other students had gathered near Andrea's room, trying to open the door. Sarah quickly left the building to chase the intruder. She spotted him and ran after him down the street, but he escaped by getting into a red Nissan and driving away. Sarah recalled a detail on the car window that had a fraternity sticker. Meanwhile, Andrea's friends had made it into her room. They called out to her, but there was no response. The students claimed they saw her lying motionless on her bed, surrounded by flames. Several girls noticed blood on her neck, chest, and shoulders. In a panic, the friends left the burning house and saw the red Nissan speeding away, with Sarah in pursuit. However, none of Andrea's friends could identify anyone who might have wanted to harm her. All of her friends had cared for her, and at the time of her death, she was not in a romantic relationship. The investigation looked into the possibility of a robbery, but nothing was stolen from Andrea's room. It is thought that Andrea may have met someone on Tinder and the date did not go well. But this has not been confirmed as there are no leads. The police reviewed the surveillance footage from the campus, but it was unhelpful because of its poor quality. They searched all nearby streets for a red Nissan car with a fraternity sticker that had been spotted near the crime scene. Police interviewed all the students, focusing on fraternity members and residents of nearby homes. Nicholas and Mohair later reported a burglary, claiming that their laptops and speakers had been stolen, and one of them said that the keys to his red Nissan were also missing. This occurred on the same evening as Andrea's murder. A few days after the fire, police officially identified the charred remains as belonging to 21-year-old Andrea Del Vesco, using dental records provided by her family. An autopsy conducted on September 22 indicated that she was wearing only a sports bra at the time of her death, which raised suspicions of rape, although this could not be confirmed due to the condition of her body. Most of her hair had been burned away, and there was significant blood loss, particularly from the back of her head. Approximately 90% of her body was burned. Forensic experts found multiple fatal stab wounds on Andrea's body, mainly to her head and neck. She had 5 stab wounds on the right side of her neck and 2 on the left, for a total of 19 stab wounds. The lack of soot and carbon monoxide in her body suggests that Andrea was dead before the fire started. This suggests that the fire was an attempt to cover up the crime rather than the cause of death. As a result, the investigation was upgraded to a murder case, creating a sense of fear across the campus. On the day the official forensic report was made public, police traced a stolen laptop and speakers to a man named Joseph in Fresno, California, which is over 3 hours from the crime scene. Police quickly going to his address. When police met Joseph, he claimed that he had borrowed the speakers from his roommate and that he had done nothing wrong. The situation became more complicated when the stolen items were passed around. His friend was Alberto Medina. Alberto claimed that he had lent the items to Joseph, explaining that his friends, who were moving out, had given them to him for safekeeping. However, Alberto then disappeared. Police began searching for Alberto on September 24th. He was arrested 2 days later and brought in for questioning. Alberto's testimony was inconsistent. He said that on September 18th, he went to the University of California with his friend Eric Marquez. They spent the week together, attending a Chris Brown concert and then going to a party with friends who had laptops and speakers. Under pressure from police, Alberto eventually confessed that he had stolen the items from random people while intoxicated and unaware of his actions, and returned home around 5:30 a.m. The police noted that the fire had not started at that time. When questioned about a suspicious stranger, Alberto unexpectedly claimed he was attacked by someone with a gun while they were returning with the stolen items. The attacker fired at them but missed, allowing them to escape. Alberto described the attacker as wearing dark jeans and a black and white t-shirt, matching the description Sarah had previously given. However, the police still expressed doubts about Alberto's story. Alberto suddenly remembered that his friend Eric had visited Andrea, a beautiful blonde woman he met at a party that same weekend. Eric planned to be intimate with her. When Eric returns to the apartment, he acts strange and nervous. Eric says he hit her and urges Alberto to leave quickly. Alberto's account implicates Eric in Andrea's murder. 5 days after the murder, the police interviewed a new suspect named Eric Marquez. He was 22 years old and a fifth-year medical student at the university. Eric had no previous legal problems and was viewed as a good person. His friend Alberto pointed the police to his home, which was only a 5-minute walk from the crime scene. However, getting Eric to confess was challenging. He stated that he spent the entire weekend drinking at home and hardly went out. Alberto and Eric's testimony was confirmed by surveillance camera footage from their home. When the footage was reviewed, both Eric and Alberto were active from 3 a.m. to 8 a.m., frequently wandering the streets. Alberto was wearing a black and white t-shirt and dark jeans. At 4 a.m., Alberto and Eric left the house for an extended period of time. Alberto was easily recognized by the distinctive tattoos on his arms. A key moment in the footage is Alberto returning to the apartment at around 7:11 a.m. with Andrea's red blanket wrapped around him. This corresponds to the time of the arson. Additionally, a red Nissan, matching Sarah's description, was spotted on video. By 7:30 a.m., Alberto and Eric were seen leaving the house again to throw away some trash. At this time, Alberto was shirtless and Eric had changed his clothing. While the cameras captured this evidence, Eric insisted he could not remember anything. Police obtained a search warrant for Alberto and Eric's apartment. A thorough inspection revealed that Alberto had suffered abrasions to his hands, while Eric had no similar injuries. Police found the red Nissan, which had blood on the steering wheel, dashboard, and driver's door, along with trash and a black sock inside. In the apartment's closet, police discovered a trash bag filled with bloody clothing, Andrea's underwear, and a black sock that matched the sock found in the car, a bloody knife, and a blanket missing from Andrea's room. After conducting the inspection, police gathered enough evidence to formally charge Alberto and Eric. On September 28th, Alberto and Eric were charged with murder and burglary, and Albert was additionally charged with arson. Despite the threat of the death penalty, both pleaded not guilty. Their families insisted on a thorough, independent investigation, unable to accept that their son could have committed such a heinous act. Police later interviewed Joseph Garcia, who was found using a stolen laptop and speakers. He claimed that he had witnessed Alberto and Eric returning home that evening. Alberto had confided in him about the incident at the dormitory. He had entered Andrea's room after watching her while she walked her dog, then snuck inside. Alberto took a knife from the kitchen, forced Andrea into the room, and locked the door. He raped her, and when she screamed and fought back, he stabbed her to death and burned the house to cover up his crime. Alberto threatened Joseph to keep quiet. An expert found DNA evidence that showed blood on the suspect's clothes and car matched Andrea's DNA. Additionally, a witness named Julio, a cleaner, observed Alberto getting out of his car and walking toward Andrea's dorm. Julio noted that Alberto had a large tattoo on his arm and was wearing a black and white t-shirt. Alberto and Eric both appeared drunk and said they needed to go to Andrea's room because she needed help. Police determined that Alberto had entered the building while Eric was still in the car, so the blood was only found on the driver's side. Andrea's family was outraged by the police's inaction when Sarah first raised her concerns. The officers neglected to check Andrea's room, the likely scene of the crime. The Los Angeles Police Department announced that the officers involved have been suspended and an internal investigation has been launched to look into their negligence in responding to a call from the victim's friend, Sarah. The findings of that investigation have been submitted to the court. Although the officers were acquitted but were still fired. In the fall of 2016, Eric went on trial for his role in Andrea's murder, along with charges of robbery and arson. Eric and Alberto were charged with animal cruelty due to the injuries Andrea's dog suffered in the fire. In September 2017, the possibility of the death penalty was considered for Alberto. His attorneys urged him to accept a plea deal to receive a lighter sentence and avoid the death penalty, but he refused. As a result, the case was split into two separate trials. Eric was sentenced to 2 years and 8 months after pleading guilty to accessory and abetting. It was determined that he did not participate in the murder or arson. He remained in the car throughout the incident. Alberto Medina's trial began on May 15, 2018. He faced a jury on 5 different charges. Despite this, Alberto chose not to accept the plea deal offered by the prosecution. On May 24, 2018, after extensive deliberation, Alberto pleaded guilty to first-degree murder, arson, animal cruelty, and burglary. The judge decided against the death penalty, sentencing him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Additionally, the court imposed another 12 years for other charges.